Hi everyone, and welcome to Bonus Day. Last week has been so cool. It's been so full of different things that we've been doing. So many of you have been building challenges. I absolutely love the impact you've made. I love the homework you've done. I love the work. So congratulations for every one of you. It's really humbling for me to be here, see how many of you has been doing such a fantastic job, because effort is definitely the number one thing that takes your things to the next level. And I absolutely love exactly how so many of you has been building challenges, posting the landing pages that you've been building, posting the Facebook group. So thanks so much, guys. Keep on doing, keep on coming. For this entire week, we'll still be looking at all your homework, all the things you've done, and all. If you have any question, we are here to answer every single question. But if you want to take the things to the next level, we've been talking already for a while about this. We do have an incredible coaching program. The Six Figure Challenge coaching program is going to start next week. I jumped on call already with so many of you. It's been pretty exciting. I'm very, very happy about the answer and responses that you guys have been giving on this. I really can't wait to start coaching this small group of people. Probably going to be about 10 people that we're going to coach and we're going to take to the next level. So I'm incredibly excited about that. Let's do it. And without further ado, let's just go to the bonus day. Today, we're going to talk and discover with so many people. These are all interviews that I have done with six of the biggest marketers in the world. We'll be starting with Rich Schefrin, which is one of the OG of marketing, and is actually the inventor of the webinar automation. Every time that you have seen an automated webinar online, you have seen it from Rich. And then after that, we're going to go with John Benson, which is the inventor of the video sales letter, the VSL. And every time you've seen a VSL, is from him. So two big OG. And then after that, we're going to have Mark Clark, probably one of the biggest experts in personal branding nowadays. And then there is Molly Mahoney, which is an incredible expert in organic social media marketing. She's an expert in how to go live, how to, make huge changes. And then we're gonna have Matt Buckenstidi, which is an incredible copywriter. He's the founder of Copy Legends, and he will show us incredible techniques that you can use in conjunction with your own challenge in order to make sure that you can take things to the next level. And then last but not the least, we're gonna have Igor Keifetz, who's gonna teach about e-farming and how you can create these email farms that's gonna generate you money over and over again. All of these in one scope, because we learn how to do a challenge. Now you need to learn how do we bring people in. And these incredible speakers and these incredible also partners, I would say, are going to teach you exactly that. So very excited to see exactly all the learnings, all the teaching, all the things you're going to learn. So we're going to go and show all the video one by one. We definitely will interact in the chat, both on Facebook and inside Zoom. So feel free to ask questions there and we'll be able to answer everything. And again, if you want to take this to the next level, six-figure challenge coaching program, can't wait to see you there. And right now, we'll be starting with the first video. So let's start with Rich Schefrin. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this incredible session. You guys learned about how to do a challenge, but now it's time also to learn so many other things. And when I was thinking about who is some of the best experts I can bring from the marketing industry, someone that could actually be sort of the OG of marketing, I felt that I needed to bring on the guest of today. Yeah, because the guy that I'm going to bring today is probably one of the biggest experts in marketing ever. He's the guy that invented the webinar automation. He's the guy that coached people like Russell Branson or Ryan Dice, some of the biggest marketers out there. He's the guy behind some of the biggest marketing campaign ever done. He helped Agora Financial reaching incredible levels. And he's the founder now of Strategic Profits and of Still Our Winners, which great to see exactly what we can apply to our challenges and bring them to the next level.
Cool. So should I just dive in?
Yeah, please dive in.
Okie doke. So let me just pull up. This example first. Where is it here? Here it is. Okay, and let me see if I can share my screen. Present. There we go. Slides. I have no slides. Okay, my computer. All right. Sharing. We currently support Google PowerPoint. All right. Oh, I have to upload my files. Okay, I can do that. Hold on. Let's let me see here. Okay, present. Sorry about this. Let's see, share screen. Share screen. Okay, there we go. I can put it here. So I'll put it on this. There we go. All right, cool. And I will share this. I'm going to just share a PowerPoint that I have. So let's see if I can do that. Yeah, there we go. All right. So this is something that I believe that anyone that's doing challenges should really be thinking about, because it's a way to vastly decrease the cost for every single person that joins your challenge. And it's something that we've done at Strategic Profits as we were like when we promote Steal Our Winners, but also I've helped many of my clients do this as well. So it was given to me by Jeremy Blossom, who owns a digital agency called Strike Point Media. They do a lot with financial different newsletters and publishers. And this page here was a docuseries, which, for those that don't know what a docuseries is, you opt in, you get like a certain number of days of videos free. In this particular case, if people opted in, they got 10 videos, one a day. Each video lasted 24 hours and then it disappeared. And there was a total of 24 videos at which they could buy the whole package at any time. And before, we used to have an opt-in box here. And for many of you who have a challenge, you might have an opt-in box as well. But instead of an opt-in box, we replaced it with just a button, where instead of opting in here, they would just click a button to say opt-in, right? And then on the next page, if you take a look at this top piece, this is what they opted in for, right? These are the 10 free episodes. And let's see if I can even maybe make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. There we go. So you can see here that there's other resources, right? So here's a resource from Todd Brown. It's his $100 million swipe file. Here's another resource that is from Groove, the competitor to ClickFunnels. And then here is the client acquisition playbook from Traffic and Funnels. And so there are 3 other options here in addition to ours. And as you can see on the right-hand side, there is enter your email address. And right now you can see that there's one thing in the cart, so to speak, which is the 10 free episodes that they opted in for. Now, if we continue to go down, you'll see that if we add a second resource like Todd Brown's, right? Now all of a sudden it added Todd to the resource box, right? And so now, like when they opt in, they're actually giving the lead to me and to Todd Brown. And if they were to add all of them, right? This is just kind of showing you that this is now in the cart, right? His swipe file, and that now Todd Brown and us have the ability to send it. And if they were to add all of them, right, then the button would show this, right? And so what I did was I went to Chris and Chris Evans and oh geez, I'm forgetting his name for a second. The guys from Traffic and Funnels, and I went to Mike Filsaime at Groove, and I went to Todd Brown at E5, and I said to them, look, we're all paying for the same leads to Google, to Facebook, to YouTube, etc. Why not? Let's partner and pay me $3 per lead, and I will piggyback on your stuff, and I'll pay $3 per lead. So that this way we drive down our lead costs, and we're not just spending money to Google, YouTube, Facebook, etc. for the same people. And so what we found is that in general, when we gave people 4 options, people would take 2 extra. If we gave them 5 options, they took on average 2.5. And so this was a way for us to take our lead costs basically down to 0. And obviously a challenge is a lot more successful when you have the ability to make your lead cost 0. So that would be the very first strategy that I would suggest that everyone kind of think about. Are there people in your niche that you could actually partner with that to sell your leads back to, or to give them the opportunity to, when they opt in, to get more, but then also cost you less? So that would be the very first thing. The next one, let me see now here if I can. I'm going to stop this screen. All right, let's see. Now I'm going to show you a video that we used in a, if you're doing a challenge and you have a VIP, right? Which is, we did a live stream and we had a VIP. And this was the very first upsell after the VIP. And it got us a 78% conversion rate on the upsell. And it's something that anyone can do. And when I've taught it numerous times over the last year, when people have done it, they've also had similar success. So let me see here how I can show you this one. Since this is a video, it might be easier or more difficult. Let me just see. Video file. There we go. Okay. And oh, this is going to be easier, I think. Let's see here. There we go. No. Okay, there. All right. This is it. So this is an upsell that anyone can do, and I'll explain it after you watch it. The video is about 2 minutes. The conversion rate on this upsell was 78%. Oh, okay, now it's just loading, I guess. All right, so now I'm going to, yes, let's see. Hi, Rich Schefren here. And I have this that I want to tell you about. But before I tell you about this box with a question mark on it, you can see that there's a flurry of activity behind me. And I'm going to tell you why there's a flurry of activity behind me and why this box has a question mark. But before I do, I want to talk to you about trust. Who do you really trust in the market? If you trusted, they've disappointed you. If you trusted, they've disappointed you. In fact, trust is being decimated each and every day online as people take advantage of entrepreneurs worldwide. So what I wanted to do is a test. I wanted to see how much you trust me. And I also wanted to condition the habit, you could say, of trusting me going forward. Inside this box, I have something that is easily worth 30 times, if not many more times, what I want to charge you. So I want to charge you $30 for what's in this box. My promise to you is that it's worth at least $1,000. And when you get it, you will not be disappointed. My goal is to reward your trust. My goal is so that when you get this box, you think that trusting me was one of the smartest decisions you ever made. And those that don't take this offer regret that choice from this day forward. That's my goal. That's my intention. I'm telling you right up front. And on top of that, I want to remove all risk. So you get this for 1/30 of what I would charge. And in addition to that, if you don't feel it's worth the price, if you don't feel it's 30 times worth the price, then all you need to do is let customer service know, keep the box, keep the material that's in the box, and we'll still give you a refund. But I'm not worried about that, because the truth is that I know that you're going to love what's inside this box. I know you're going to be ecstatic about what's inside this box, and I'm not going to announce it until the actual live stream. So on February 19th, I'm going to open this box. I'm going to reveal what's inside it. And those of you who took me up on this, who trust me, I can promise you, you're going to be richly rewarded for it. So I will see you on the live stream. Hopefully you're one of the people that trusted. Until then, to Higher Profits Beyond, Rich Schefren over now. Cool. So that's that one. And let me explain to you why it works. First of all, they just registered for your challenge. If they didn't trust you, they probably wouldn't register for the challenge. They certainly wouldn't take your VIP if they didn't trust you. And so we've given someone a very an offer here that's very difficult to refuse, right? I'm telling you it's worth 30 times what I want to charge you for it. If it's not, you can return it, but I'm not telling you anything about what's in it. So that's very hard to say no to. And what we found was, one, it gave us a 78% conversion rate, which allowed us to spend a lot more money on advertising. It added about close to $24 per person, which really funded our advertising. In addition to that, the people that did trust me and that did get the bonuses that we announced during the live stream, in your case, it would be in your challenge, that became our very best list, because they now even trust me more, because they trusted and they were rewarded. And so that would be the second, right? The first would be spread your lead cost, what I showed you from Jeremy Blossom. The second one, the mystery box, is an easy way to increase your cart value. And then I wanted to show you one more related to challenges. We have there's a gentleman named Pete, and Pete shared with me a very interesting part of his challenge process that allows him to do two things. It allows him to increasingly improve the marketing that he does for the challenge, which he does every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, right? In addition to that, it helps him specifically sell each person in the challenge to a high ticket product. So he's got this one process, and this one process does two things. The first thing it does is it helps him improve his marketing for the very next challenge. At the very same time, it's giving him information. So that's general information, right? General information about how he can improve his marketing on the very next challenge. Then very specific information about each individual in the challenge on how best to be able to sell them into the higher ticket product that he's offering. And his agency, I'm friendly with the people that run his agency, run the agency that runs this, say it's one of the most profitable challenges that they're able to run. And I know this because, as Alessio shared, I run a subscription service called Steal Our Winners, and Pete's was in Steal Our Winners. Let me share with you this last screen here. Let me go to share screen. And okay, I'm going to go to this one. All right. I'm going to share it. All right, there you go. All right, so this is not important. This is what the episode was. Okay, so here's what I want to share with you. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. All right, so at the beginning of the boot camp, so this is what is an action guide. Pete Rizzulli is the gentleman whose challenge this came from, right? And he uses this challenge to sell high ticket products into his coaching business. And his coaching is about how to trade better, right? Like how to trade on the different exchanges, stock exchanges, what have you. And he first has them ramp up by watching a few implementation videos, right? But then before the live implementation coaching starts, right, he asks everyone to share these things like in the challenge. Now, this is what he uses to improve his marketing for the next challenge in general, right? It's aggregated, brought together, and then they're able to look at it and help inform their ads for the next challenge. In addition to that, each individual is answering these questions, and so it's going to the salespeople so that they already know a lot more information about each prospect that they're going to have to close. Okay, so what's holding you back? Like, why haven't you already started trading? Right? What part of the solution would absolutely change everything if you understood it better? Right? What part of your performance is weak or can be improved? What part, common reason as to why they haven't solved their problem yet? Okay, so this would be like, what part of trading do you need help with? What aspect of trading profitably needs work? What part of profitable trading do you need clarity on? And basically, by answering these questions, you're setting up your salespeople to close better. And by getting the aggregate, the cumulative answer to these questions helps make better ads for the next challenge that starts a week or two later. So those are the three strategies that I purposely kind of chose for you guys to share with you as it relates to challenges, how to, one, pay less for leads, two, how to make each person worth more, and three, how to convert better into the higher end program that you're trying to move people into, and also inform your advertising to make them better. So those are the three. Alessio, questions that you have, things you want to talk about?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rich. I think that this was incredible. I do have tons of questions on each one of them. So let's start with the first one. And I love the idea, because the idea is like a collaboration between different creators, especially like if you do a multi-author challenge, this would be like perfect. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting to me is the technology behind. Was this a custom-based technology, or do you use any specific tool to create something like that?
We used a tool, but let me just see if it's even public. But anyone can do it. We use something called LeadCart. I don't know if it's out there. Let's see, LeadCart. I don't know if it's still out there. Let's see, leadcart.com. I don't see it out there. We used LeadCart, but this is something that anyone can build out relatively easily. And I bet you there are scripts out there for this. Let's just see. Right now it's what? Hold on. Let's see. Right now it's going to a DAO. So yeah. That's weird. But it's a, it's co-reg, for lack of a better, but we just integrated it into the process.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And let's say this, that something that I was curious about when I saw the implementation of the first step is that instead of people giving their email, you add a sort of a step where people can do it. Mm-hmm. Have you ever tried to do the opposite, in which they give you the email first, and then you can select other freebies that you can get? Sort of a one-click upsell, right. That first sell.
Yeah, and then we never tested it, but this had a, and we don't have this campaign live anymore, but this had like about somewhere between 75 and 80% opt-in rate. Wow. So it was solid. I don't.
It's solid. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We never tested it, so it's hard for me to say.
Fair enough. If you have a 75 to 80%, probably that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're giving away 10 free videos. So
yeah, exactly. That's pretty solid. Okay, I love it. Awesome. Then going on the second one, the mystery box. Well, I don't know if you can reveal it or not, but I think that a very interesting thing would be to know what kind of offer would you actually put inside the mystery box. Can you reveal what was your offer?
Yeah, sure. And, a couple things here, right? So I used to, I've coached on and off for the last 20 years. I've also done a lot of consulting. And one of the things when I'm doing consulting is I'm always looking for the easiest win that I can make happen as quickly as possible, because I want the company that I'm consulting to make more money because I'm there as quickly as possible. Because if I can get a lot of smaller wins quickly, that buys me some time to then think more strategically about where I really feel like the bigger growth is. And so one of the things that I've always done, and nowadays I would say there's probably less opportunity for it, but what I've always done is I've looked whether or not the client I had lots of good upsells in the process. Because even if they didn't have any upsells, just adding upsells could add like 30% right out of the gate by just throwing some stuff together. Yeah. So the mystery box is partly from that, just understanding that if you don't have an upsell offer, you're leaving money on the table. The other part is that at Agora, which is probably who I've spent the most time consulting with, right? There's only, Agora, it's health and financial are the two primary markets, and more in financial than in health. And let's say there's only, and I'm just making up a number here, let's say that there's only 30 ways that you can make money in the stock market. Well, Agora is going to send out 3 or 4 promos a day, right? So if there's 30 ways to make money in the stock market within 2 weeks, they're going to have seen everything. A prospect will have seen everything, right? So one of the things that it's called at Agora, even though it's really kind of misnamed, it's called the categorical imperative, not to be confused with Kant's categorical imperative, but just that you don't want to be placed in a category. And so if you look at most of the sales letters and VSLs from Agora, you'll see that they start more story-based. They're more blind. They are not, you don't necessarily know what the mechanism is that's going to make you money. And that works because the longer that a prospect goes without saying, this doesn't apply to me, I don't like this, right? The longer that you have that engagement, the higher the likelihood of conversion. So part of the mystery box is based on that, right? That if we don't tell you what's in it, then we're removing a lot of the objections that you could say, like, I already have this, or this doesn't apply to me, or any of those things, because you don't know, right? Now, what we put in the box was worth a lot more than the $30 that we were charging. Some of the stuff we put in the box was stuff that would have been immensely expensive, but we just didn't have the ability to do it. So at that time, right, like in that campaign, Agora owned half of Strategic Profits because I had sold them half the business. The following year, I bought it back. But so we had a boot camp that all media buyers went through. My focus is getting off. I don't know what's going on there. Sorry. I'll switch to a different camera here. Hold on. Might not be the best camera, but at least I have a backup. There we go. Yeah. So we included in there a media buyers boot camp that retailed for like $3,000, but we couldn't sell it because of politics. Some of the trainers that came in and taught at that did not want us selling it publicly. So it just sat on a shelf. And I asked, can we use it? Can I put it in the box? And they're like, yeah, we're not going to be able to sell it. So do whatever you want with it. So we put that in. We put a bunch of other stuff in, that were, like nootropics for entrepreneurs, a bunch of other like valuable stuff. But I wanted to make sure that anyone that trusted us felt really positive about it so that they would trust us again. And the people that didn't trust us would regret it. But most people, I find, have stuff laying around that is valuable. They just don't have a way of selling it or whatever. And that can all be thrown in the box. And I think that it also adds a little bit of fun to it. Yeah. And then, you could announce what's in the box. Like if it's a 5-day challenge on day 3 or day 4, like right before you go into pitch, so that like you've like increased show up and engagement all the way throughout. So, I think it's a powerful process that people should strongly consider.
That's a very good point. So you mentioned that your mystery box costed $30. And now that you mentioned what was inside, I was like, wow, okay, that's cheap.
Yeah.
Have you tested out any price in there and any specific things that make you feel that $30 was the right price for that?
No, I mean, we might have been able to have charged more. I don't know that we would have had a 78% take rate, but This was just based on an idea that Jay Abraham and I used to talk about. And we used to talk about the idea that if we had sent an email to our list, like with the subject line, "How much do you trust me?" And had like text like that, like I have something that I want to sell for 10,000 or 1,000, but I want to charge you 97. How many people would take us up on that offer? And so it was just something, and we didn't have any idea of what the upsell should be there. So that's why we used it. But I haven't experimented with the price. I've seen a bunch of other people do mystery boxes at higher price points and do pretty well. So I'm sure that we could have probably done it for higher and probably done well too. But I don't know for sure.
And last question on the mystery box, because to me this is so fascinating. Obviously, you've been in the industry for 25 years. Like everyone knows you. You're obviously a pro, and everyone trusts you. How about someone that just starting out? Maybe just did the first challenge, just did his first course. Should he do a mystery box?
I think so. I mean, I think that like when I did the mystery box, this was for a campaign that we did in, I guess the beginning of 2000. Was it? It was either the end of 2019 or the end of, I think it was the end of 2019. I had been retired for like 5 years, so most people did not know me. And I think part of like if someone's going through your process, they do trust you. Like they wouldn't be going through this funnel. And one of the ways that you gain trust is to ask for it and then reward it. And so my belief is that, as people were 78% took it, right? I can't say that if we asked people before they went through that funnel, like, do you trust Rich Schefren? Like that 78% would say yes, but kind of giving them an opportunity to say yes that has no downside and has all upside. By the time they get through that process, they believe they do trust me. So it's a way of kind of increasing the level of trust that people have in you and then rewarding it so that they're more likely to buy from you more often.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love it. Awesome. And regarding the last example, I think that one touch a point that we touch a lot in our challenge as well. And what I usually say is like, challenge is about continuous improvement. As it's webinar, as it's a lot of other funnels. Right. It's like, it's impossible to me to just do a challenge and then just expect
that's gonna
one time, like make it or break it, right? You might be lucky, sometimes you get it, but the reality is that a lot of time you need to improve, tweak, adjust. And that's exactly the thing that also is behind like our program, the 6-figure challenges, in which in 6 months you do 5 challenges, once a month. The first 2 months is to build the challenge, and then is once a month you actually do another challenge, tweak, improve, adjust, change your copy, change your message, and maybe change your challenge itself if it didn't work. But keep on serving the people, keep on understanding what's working, what's not working, and then from there going there. And it's my deep belief that if someone does that, is passionate about what he does, want to really grow, want to build a community and keep on doing, there is no way he's not going to make at least 6 figures in 6 months. Yeah. And that's kind of our promise, right, that we do in this program. So super excited that the example you brought is exactly the same that we preach. That's exactly the thing. No one is born that he knows how something will happen for sure. Obviously, after a lot of experience, you improve your rate of success. But it's always about keep on learning, keep on testing, keep on doing different challenges when you'll get there. So,
and even better when you're able to do it in a way that also sets up your salespeople to be able to convert better too. So like asking what's holding people back, what's been their struggles, like all of that kind of stuff helps the salespeople when they speak to those people individually kind of already know what the hot buttons are for each person.
Yeah, exactly. Because the more you know where to start that conversation or what's their pain point and stuff, the more you can address it and answer the objection and go much deeper on that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Rich, for this. As always, every time I speak with you, I learn so much. And I hope that every one of you also learns so much from Rich. Thanks so much for this, and see you on the next training. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this incredible interview. I'm super excited about this because today we're really talking with one that is one of the OG marketing, I would say. He's someone that I've been looking up for years. He's a legend. He's someone that probably one of the best copywriters in the world. He's the inventor of the VSL, the video sales letter. So whenever you've heard about VSL and video sales letter, you probably heard about him. And he's actually, I just discovered it, he's the one that created the first VSL for the first challenge. So he even invented the entire concepts behind this. So I'm incredibly excited to have this interview with the man, the legend, John Benson. So super excited. John, welcome.
No, thanks for having me. Appreciate it, man. And just for clarity's sake, I believe my friend Caleb O'Dowd is the one that created the concept of the mini group, which was what we called it. But yeah, I created the VSL, so just want to make sure no one.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So why don't we start from there, right? I want to hear how that came along, the creation of the first mini group, as you were saying. Mm-hmm. And I think that one of the major topics we talk about today is how people can use VSL for challenges. So let's start for what happened in that case, and how did you use VSL in that case to solve the mini groups?
Right. So Caleb approached me in, gosh, it was about 3 or 4 years ago. I guess it's before they were called challenges. Mm-hmm. And he said, I have this crazy thing I've been doing on Facebook where I start a group and I only keep it open for a limited time. And then and he walked the whole strategy with me. And at the time it was like, look, I'm not telling anyone this. This is really, it's like I shared it with my brother, So it was like one of those things where you're like, wow, this is a really, really good idea. And so he said, listen, if you'll write the VSL for this, I'll just create a mini group for you. I thought, okay, this is a great trade-off because I want to try it. And so I did a mini group for my own product, which is now VSL at the time. And we did great. I'd never seen, I think we did 11x our ad spend, which is just ridiculous for me. I mean, now we were using a combination of cold and warm traffic. So just the cold traffic was like 3x. So, but I've never seen 3x on my ad spend directly to something before because I suck at it. This I'm not very good at driving traffic. I'm very good at copy. I'm not very good at traffic. So I was like, man, I was over the moon about this. And that's been years ago. So then all of a sudden people started calling it challenges because some copywriter got a really good inspired idea. Challenges is a great name. But they were called mini groups for a while and then they became challenges. So VSLs being a massive component of this. This is like, I can't even imagine doing one without a VSL. Now, it doesn't have to be a long form VSL. It doesn't have to be like I'm known for VSLs that go on for hours. So it doesn't have to be something like that. But what Caleb was using and what I was using is it's kind of a webinar VSL hybrid. It's more VSL because it's just really slides. There were no graphics except for the picture of the product or service. And even then, that's not really that needed. So think of it in terms of quote unquote ugly VSLs that I'm known for with just words and text. But we would work that into the training on day 5. So day 5 of the challenge has since changed a lot. Some people do 3 days and some people do 10. And so I'm not trying to get the specifics of the days down for you. It's what you determine is right. But inside the training, and the training has to be the 5th day or whatever day it is, it's the biggest training of them all. It's the most important. It's how do you apply it? And there's like 15 minutes of training that goes into a 30-minute or so VSL. And I think my VSL it was only about 18 or 20 minutes. So it doesn't have to be super long, but it does have to, I think it's the best way to sell. And then again, you got rapt attention right in that group and people just respond to video. It's so much better than a sales page. Now, there are exceptions to that. It's super high dollar. You might want to send people to a VSL that goes to a call. But yeah, we closed right from the VSL and right in the chat.
That's fantastic. So let's do this. Let's take a little step back because there might be some people that are watching us and are not that familiar with VSL and the VSL framework. If you need to explain this in 5 minutes, what a VSL is, how people can use it or should use it in general, what would you say?
So when I created VSLs, I was based around a concept of how can I force, ethically, someone to read every word of copy that I'm writing, because we were looking at heat mapping on sales pages, and it was really crude back then because this is 2006. And we were looking at this one sales page, and basically people were finding out they're reading 6%, 8% if you're lucky. So how can I increase that? Because I'm a copywriter, and I'm putting all this emphasis on copy. What would happen if we increased it to 50%? Well, that was a theory. And then at the same time, we're trying to figure out how to do this. We were dividing pages into one of my friends had a click through, Rich Jerk, Felix had Kelly rather had a click through to every single page, every single section. So he had 12 or 15 clicks on the sales page and was just killing it, on ClickBank at the time. And so I was thinking, well, that would work. But also, what if we took those pages and put them into a video? And my friend Mike Geary said, there's a guy I just saw that was doing a PowerPoint presentation. So kind of like a PowerPoint presentation. And he was selling a fitness product with it. And I saw a bit of it and I was like, no, not like that, because that literally looked like PowerPoint down with the ugly green, stuff. It looked like you'd go to a workshop at a corporate event and see this. So it's not like that, because that doesn't really engage the mind. So I come from a psychology minor, and I studied NLP in college. And so I said, what if I took that NLP framework of what I know works, took my advertising background, which I came from when I got out of school, I started a graphic design ad agency. So, and then we were we know that black and red are the most high converting colors. So I said, what if we just strip it all down to black, and I'll use red to accent the NLP language inside there. And we strip it down to 15, 20 words a slide, and I'll just read over it. I have a fairly decent voice, so I thought I would read over it. And that was really how I got started. How I did the first one was a lark, because I just needed to do a video, and I didn't want to be on camera, because I'm kind of like today, I was unshaven, had a cap on. I was like, okay, I don't want to be on camera. So I decided to just speak over the words, and that was the first one. But the first real VSL, this is how it came about. And so from there, the psychology of it was force everyone to read or exit out, and it just skyrocketed our conversions. I mean, I didn't think it would work, and it worked better than anyone thought it could work. And it's taken off from there. And of course, it's been expanded on. I still have the original 5-step formula I teach, and it's done well over $1 billion for my clients. So it's very lucrative formula. And then VSLs in general do billions a year. I mean, I used to come up with a number, because I'd take Agora, I'd take Golden, I'd take a few other people I know, and then just kind of guess. And even that was 15 billion a year, or some outrageous number like that. I mean, so I have no idea how much it does, but it does a lot. And I think now we get, VSLs are selling corporate products, and then Ford came out with a VSL for its commercials during the Super Bowl, and during 2012, 2014. So it's, I mean, it's crazy what it's turned into, and people have done pretty well with it.
And I mean, I would even argue that 70-80% of the online education industry, in a way or another, is powered up by VSLs. Mm-hmm. In the sense that even the principle behind the VSL and the principle behind the webinar mm-hmm. are very similar, right? And mm-hmm. the principle behind the VSL and the one of the challenge are very similar. So definitely, mm-hmm. that's why I really feel that you are a pioneer of the industry, right? Because so many people have been doing it, and obviously people have been innovating, right? If you look at Harmon Brothers, right? Mm-hmm. That they do very different type of things, but the principle and the origin and how they created the entire thing, they all come from there, right? So mm-hmm. Definitely been incredible, like the work that you've been doing and the entire thing. And if you were to explain what are the major steps that people go through the entire VSL, how would you summarize it? What would be the most important ones that we always need to go through a VSL?
I'll do you one better here. I will, I'll explain it how I would use it if I was doing a challenge today. Awesome. And in fact, this is exactly how we will be using it when I roll out a challenge in 2023. So just FYI, this is insider information, as insider as it gets, but it's pretty, I mean, there's nothing too genius about this, I don't think. But if you think about your training, because this works in a 5-day challenge format. So if you think about the training in 5 days, the very first thing in the training, that you want to do is you've got to get somebody's attention. You have to get their attention long enough for them to stick around for the other 4 days. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take the 5 steps I'm going to cover, which is normally found in one video. And day 1 of the training, I'm going to run a 3-minute, 4-minute VSL section of me being live, me talking just like this. And then boom, I go into slides and I snap somebody's pattern. I break their pattern, and that's called a pattern interrupt in NLP. And I use it there's 10 different pattern interrupts that I teach. So I'll use one of the 10. A pattern interrupt is simply going to grab someone's attention. The most famous pattern interrupts were the ones that I created early on, like, hi, my name's Josh, and this is a fish. And this fish is going to teach you how to get laid. That was one of the most famous ones. So a picture of a goldfish. So this is called a non sequitur interrupt. Mine was, hey, this is John. This is my magic jacket. This jacket helped me lose 68 pounds of fat. So people are seeing these non sequitur images, like in my case, a jacket. In Josh's case, for the goldfish, VSL, a goldfish. And there's hundreds of others like that. And so it breaks the pattern, because it's like snapping your fingers in a conversation with somebody. If you walk up to a group of people and do this and they don't know you, they're just going to stop talking. Just try it. Try it with people, hopefully, that do know you. It's like, if they know you, they might ignore you. But the point is that the people watching you on video do not know you. So if you do this, psychologically speaking, you're going to grab their attention. And then during that momentary lapse of cognitive reasoning, where the brain's trying to catch up, the prefrontal is a little disengaged at that moment, like what's going on here, right? And so the limbic system is more engaged. When your limbic system is more engaged, you are prone to suggestion. This is how stage hypnosis works. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but this is how a lot of negative stuff works. I don't use this for anything nefarious, so just so you know. But during that time, people are more open to hear something. Like, I can say, I have an idea that can help you make more money from every email you send, and I'm going to share it with you in a few minutes. So now that most people would like me to continue, right? If I started that conversation for real, right? Well, so if I start that after I broke a pattern, their brain is kind of wide open for that message. I liken this to an old Star Trek episode where they had this, only it was a really negative episode, so I hate to tell the story, but it was an episode where they had this device where if you stared at the device, you'd become instantly open to suggestions, and they would just basically brainwash you, right? Well, it's not like that, but it's like a little, about that much like that, where you have a little bit of an open area inside an otherwise very noisy brain. Think how noisy your brain is. I mean, you work Mind Valley, so come on, you guys know all about how noisy the brain is. So you got to snap through that. You got to cut through that, and you can do that with just a little pattern. So I'm going to play a video in my very first of the 5 that snaps suggestions. So in other words, I'm going to snap open the pattern and I'm going to suggest something, and the suggestion is going to be like, what if there was a way to do X? Okay. Comment below if you'd like to do that. All of a sudden, you're going to see a lot of comments coming in and say, well, okay, we're going to talk about that over the next 5 days. First, let me tell you what the benefit. So I'm doing the exact pattern of snap suggestion. I'm going to open a suggestion. I'm going to list the benefits that they're going to have if they pay attention to what I'm about to say. So that's step number 1. Step number 2 would be day number 2. And this is kind of, it's the vital connection. Okay. So this is a little bit breaking from the 5-step typical story, a 5-step typical challenge rather, because I tell my story on day 2. Okay. I don't tell the story on day 1. I tell other people's stories on day 1. So day 1 is going to be like, look, I'll tell you my story, which is, I'll tell you, it's going to be so embarrassing. I actually can't tell it today. I have to work with the courage. Okay. So you see the copywriter in me coming out, right? So I have to work up the courage. You're going to have to, okay, I'm going to dish some stuff tomorrow. Get your friends. So all of a sudden you'll see more people on the call, right? And so the next day is what I call the vital connection. This is where you are going to build rapport with the people, the person watching the video, or in this case, remember, there's only one person watching at a time, no matter how many people are going out to. So you're talking to one person, and you're going to say, let me share why I believe I can relate to you, and see if you can relate to any of what I'm going to share here. And you tell a story, I call a nightmare story, and you walk someone through this story that builds so much credibility for you, not in the sense that, because most people start their stories like, look, my name's John Benson. I have a PhD from Harvard in neuroscience and linguistics, and I have 18 years of it. Okay. No one gives a shit. No one cares. They really don't. I mean, they care this much, right? In this moment, in the selling pattern, they don't care at all. But if you said, the same thing and you changed it a little bit and you said, hey, my name's John, and you might have heard that, okay, yeah, he went to Harvard, he has this degree in neuro. By the way, this isn't true. I didn't go to Harvard. I'm just making this up for illustration purposes. But he has this degree in neuroscience, and that's true. But that's not what I want to share with you today. Really, what I want to share with you today is how I totally screwed up my life by thinking the wrong things at the wrong time. And it's a mistake I see other people making, but I think I made it bigger than anyone else. I'll tell you the story. See, this goes back to when I was blah, blah, blah. Now I'm into a story, but I've just detached Harvard PhD from I can never relate to that. Because I'm saying, yeah, that's true, but, and that's what I call a modest rapport introduction. So I'm just going to modestly introduce myself and then go right into the worst story pertaining to what I'm talking about that I have in my own life. And I've done this for 15 years now. And so people have come up to me constantly and said, I don't have a nightmare story. I've yet to not pull one out of somebody. They haven't thought through it, but they do have one. But even in the wildest case scenario where if you don't have one, then tell a nightmare story about the closest person in your life. It can't really be a client. You want it to be your sister, your mom, your brother, your dad, it's somebody very close to you so that you have an emotional connection to the story. Because when people hear you tell a story with emotion, it changes everything. It changes their state. Their state they cannot be in a state of buying at that moment. No one's in a buying state when they're hearing an emotional story. That's why you should never sell with an emotional story. You should engage with an emotional story. But that's exactly what a good story will do. And if you tell the story and you're willing to be raw and authentic and say, now, the good news to the story is it has a happy ending. Okay. And it's one that we're going to talk about over the next 3 days. We're talking about this happy ending. And let me tell you one thing that came out of this. And you share one thing that's like, because I went through all this, I was able to develop a system that and I said to part of my nightmare story formula is, I drew a line in the sand at the worst moment of my life. And I said, look, whatever your personal faith is or no faith at all, you might say, look, I made a vow to God. I prayed to the universe. For me, I said, this is my own little mini declaration of independence. I said, I drew the line and said, no more. I can't live like this anymore. I will find an answer to this or I'm going to die trying. And if I do, I will make a video and I will present it to everyone that I can possibly find. And that's why you're watching this video today. So I just gave them a reason that I created the video. All these little subtle things, there's a lot of steps to a VSL, but I'm just giving you these little breakdowns here. So now I've got day 2 and then day 3 would come along. And this is where, okay, day 3 is like, look, tomorrow we're going to talk about the number one problem that you have. And it's not what you think it is. So open the loop. And so when I go to the number one problem, I talk about the number one problem. It's called the big problem, step 3 in the formula, is I make the problem much, much, much bigger. And I do this through simple rhetoric, through simple logic. There's no lying because all you have to do is be brave enough to tell the truth. Now, do you mind if I use an example here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll use an example of weight loss. So that's the field that I came from. So I talk about weight loss. I say, now you may think that your problem is that you have a slow metabolism, that you overeat, that you don't have discipline. And, I'm not saying that any of those things aren't factors in things. What I'm saying is that's not the problem. The real problem is something I call metabolic adaptation. Now, so what I've done here is I've created a hook. And that's the skill that it does require. And I have a whole training on hooks to get people to be able to create hooks. So let me tell you why this is so sinister. But when you fix the problem, all those other problems go away because it takes care of the discipline because it makes eating easier. So I just list every objection that they can think of and why this erases the objections. Now, obviously, I have to prove that. I have to have a good case for that. But when I talk about this case that you probably never heard of before, I talk about this problem. I don't say this causes you to gain weight. So, and I say, now listen, you may think that metabolic adaptation is evil. How do I get rid of this? Well, it's a lot worse than you think. It's not just causing you to gain weight. Because right now, if you continue on the path that you're on, you're going to not only continue to gain weight as you get older, but you're going to probably incur some of the worst metabolic diseases you can think of. And what is that going to do to you as a human being? Is it going to slow you down? Is it going to make you a better parent? How is this going to influence your reactions to your interactions with your children and your grandchildren? Do you think they'll pick up on this behavior? Do you see what I'm doing? I've just made, without lying, I'm just telling the exact truth. I've made the problem infinitely bigger. I've gone from, I need to lose 30 pounds to, oh, holy crap, my kids could be affected by this. It's true. It's true. I mean, the data are there on the one I'm talking about. So all I did was do this, and I did it in a stern but loving way. I didn't say, "Oh, you're just a bad parent." That's not. And I even go say, "Look, I'm not saying you're a bad parent. What I'm saying is that this is a fact, and we have to deal with the fact." So now we know the problem is really big. Is there a solution to it? Yes, there is. Tomorrow we cover that. So that's step 4. So the open loops to this are just killer, because they're just like, oh my gosh, I got to tune back in. And then step 4 is what I call the bigger solution, because the solution is always bigger than the problem. And then the bigger solution is what I call a primary solution, which is you have a negative hook and a positive hook. So the negative hook here is metabolic adaptation. The positive hook would be something else. And then you say, look, there is a solution to this, and it's something that I call Blink. And I actually like to say it's something that experts are now referring to as Blink. The most cutting edge experts in weight loss, dog training, horse training, whatever you're selling, are using this. Now, some of them don't call it that. I call it metabolic adaptation. So you put all the caveats in there. Or I call it, I call it, positive hook. I'll say just positive hook. And then you link all of the reasons why this positive hook solves the problem of the negative hook. This is why this is the only solution. What you're doing is you're anchoring yourself to becoming the only possible person that has the answer to the thing that they just found out yesterday was the only problem that they have. So you can start seeing why this formula works really, really well. Now, I will caveat this by saying, I've done this for long time, and hundreds of thousands of people have gone through this training. So you have to go. There's so many steps to this that you really have to get right. But I'm just giving you as much as I can in a short interview. So you talk about the big solution. The big solution is not your product. If you say, "Let me tell you about the every other day diet," that's not the answer.
Yeah,
that's the pitch.
Yeah.
So day 5 is like, okay, tomorrow we're going to sum it up, and we're going to give you the blueprint for positive hook. This is the definitive blueprint. We're going to go over 1, 2, 3, what to do, and show you exactly how to take the next step. So day 5 is like mandatory. They have to show up for day 5. And day 5 becomes, let me tell you about what I've created. So I always open that up with like, okay, now we've covered this, we've covered this, we've covered this, and you're probably a little bit overwhelmed right now because that's a lot of information. So would you like something that distilled all that information into one easy to follow guide? And then something that benefit. Well, let me show you this video. Start the PSL. And then you go into nothing but pitch and Q&A from there. So that's the 5-step formula that I use, because that is the 5-step PSL formula. And also that's the thing that works. It can work really well, I think.
Wow, that's very interesting. I love how you, kind of take the entire VSL formula and divide it into different parts of the challenge. I think that's a very interesting one, and I love all the different things that you've been mentioning. Let's say this, that one of the classic debates that people always ask and trying to figure out is, in the challenge, they also want people not just to hear about something, but also to put something in practice and achieve a specific outcome during the challenge.
Right.
How can you coincide those two different things of going through the 5 steps for the VSL and at the same time give them some small outcome, obviously, that they can achieve in 5 days?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to cover that, didn't I? I was so wrapped up in the 5-step formula, so I'm covering how I'm breaking out the training, because at that I also wanted to give you the VSL structure. I forgot to include the actual challenge material. So what I do with that is pretty straightforward. So like day 1 is like I'm opening up and grabbing someone's attention and doing things. I just go right into a very simple teaching, a very simple, what do you do first? So I say, let's all agree that the first thing we need to do is, I'm going to use weight loss as an example. It could be anything. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our pantries and we're going to pull out 5 things that are bad for you. I'm going to give you a list of 50 here. Which one of these 5 are you going to pull out? And everybody says 5, 5, 5. I don't want you to do anything else except pull them out and put them in the garbage. That's all I want you to do. Mm-hmm. Okay, you can buy them again at the end of the challenge. So that would be my first. So super easy to do, right? Super easy to do. And the next one, the next one we go into the whole bottle connection. I go through everything that I did wrong. I said, now what I want you to do is to write. There would be something like an assignment. Okay, write an assignment like, I did this wrong and I forgive myself. And here's what I'm committed to do right now. So I get them to recommit on day 2 to the goals, but give them a little apology letter to themselves. And I do things like, this is not a unique trick to John or anything, tip, trick, strategy, whatever you want to call it. I get them to mail it to themselves. So write a letter out and mail it to yourself, and don't open it. Just keep it there. If you ever get off your diet, if you ever do this, reopen the letter, say, hey, I know I've done this in the past. I'm forgiving myself right now, and then remail it to yourself.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of assignments that I give. Then day 3, I'd give something else. Day 4, I'd give something else. Day 4, I'd be more about the day 3 is more about the problem. So I'd write out like, okay, list off. I can give them an assignment to do. So yeah, so I'm really just leading them with like things that they can immediately do that will absolutely be able to be done before the next training day. So when it comes to copywriting, for example, I'll say, look, write me 3 headlines and stick them into the chat. Something simple. Use this formula, write 3 headlines, stick them in the chat, because once you write a headline, you're 30% of the way home, So giving those kind of exercises. So that's how I'd work it in together.
Yeah. And like in the past 3 years that I've been doing challenges, I've been interviewing people, understanding what they do, experimenting a lot myself, like making my mistakes and everything on the way. I love how everyone does it somehow differently, but somehow the same, right? I love how there are this point of connection, and even if your 5-step of the VSL fit perfectly the challenge and you created this in this way, while someone else might do it slightly different. I love how then you've been able to connect with the kind of idea and focus of the challenge, which is the one of still giving some great outcome and allowing them to build that trust with you, not just through stories or things that happen, but also through actions, right? Which to me is like one of the reasons why I love the most challenges, right? I always say that to me, there is nothing else that can build a community like a challenge does. Like most of the other funnels are great, like VSL are great, webinars are great, can do tons of great things, but they don't build a community.
Right.
Challenges are probably the only one that can build a community in that way, and that can translate way beyond that, 2 weeks that you are in this funnel, right? It can really be kickstarting your own online course, your own community, your own business that you will do. So
I know. I personally hate the end of challenges where you close it down. It's like the only challenge that I've done one. I've done 2. I take it back. The first one I did was the one I saw a lot of the success with. Then I tried to experiment and didn't see as much success in this. But the first one I did, it was such a rabid fan base. It was insane. I was like showing up every single day, and then people were just like super engaged, and they were begging you, as Caleb told me that they would, not to shut down. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to break the rules and create an alumni Facebook group, And so I'll just do these challenges over and over again, stick them in an alumni group because I didn't want to lose touch with them. But yeah, that's the hardest part, I think, is because I love the tribal interaction.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely. Oh, that's awesome. And, is in these past days, we've been building our first challenge. Most of the people that have been building their first challenge. And a lot of them are people that just published their first online course, so they're really getting started. And right now it's kind of their way, their invite also to take this and bring it to the next level, to take this community from the small one to go to the 6-figure challenges that they can generate, to make that impact that they really dream about. Why would you say to everyone that they should do challenges and they should take their challenges to the next level?
There's a lot of reasons. The most, for me as a marketer, I'm a copywriter first, marketer second. But as a marketer, I getting qualified leads is just getting harder and harder and harder. And the way that I do it now primarily is because I have a YouTube channel. So people, are commenting all the time on all the content there. That's a great way to get leads. It just takes a lot more time. For Facebook, which is where most challenges are residing, I think it's just really difficult to get, unless you want to pay $20 a lead or something to get a lead. So getting leads for a lot less, because Facebook likes the algorithm of, hey, there's a group on Facebook, and you can, I'm sure you could do this on YouTube, but I've never done it on YouTube. But so the algorithm is friendly to it, so you're going to get a lot more qualified leads. By the end of again, it could be 5 days, 7 days, 3 days, but at the end of the challenge, you're going to have, you're not just going to have leads, you're going to have fans. And so the difference between a lead and a fan is about 5 to 7 times more income. So, you know, I'm just being honest here. So if talking strictly income, which I have no problem as a capitalist talking about, but ethical capitalism for me, and that's what I like to practice, is yes, make the money that you can while giving even more than people expect, as much as you humanly can. So this is a great way to achieve both of those goals. You're giving a lot more. There are going to be people here that can't buy. They're not in the position to buy, but they will forever remember you for this if you give value. So those are the two most obvious reasons to do it.
100%. Well, thanks so much, John. It's been incredible having you here. You obviously, as always, share so many golden nuggets, so much value, so many things. So thanks so much for being part of this challenge, helping us out to go to the next level, understand how we can use VSL models inside challenges, and can't wait to have you here another time for any other occasion. So thanks again.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Bye-bye. Session with incredible speaker, someone that I've been meeting lately, and I've been completely amazed by the things that he's been doing. His name is Matt Bocansiti. He's the founder of Copy Legends. He's an incredible copywriter, and he's an incredible email marketer. He's someone that has been taking a different approach to things. And we've been discussing a lot before starting this interview about this approach, that he'll tell all about it. And I'm so excited about how you can take this and use it for challenges. You can literally take your challenges and take it to the next level. So I can't wait to have Matt joining us on stage. So without further ado, let's welcome Matt. Hey, Matt, how are you doing?
Hey, Alessio. So good, brother. Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored to be a part of the community and your project here, and I'm really thrilled to share some of this stuff with your group.
Fantastic. So thanks so much for this. And yeah, we will start with a presentation from Matt, and then we'll go on with a few questions at the end. So Matt, the stage is yours.
Awesome, brother. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So what we're going to be talking about here is really some of the strategies that I've been using for my own brand, copylegends.com, which is in the copywriting space and digital product space, for email marketing, email deliverability, and some email copywriting. So these are some, I'm going to be covering the strategies that I've been using and some of the results that I've seen. And throughout this presentation, we're going to kind of talk about how you can integrate this into your challenge model to really get your red hot participants, the people who just signed up for the challenge, who are the most excited for what you have to offer and for the challenge ahead, whether they're participating in one and for you guys as the host of the challenge, to really allow these participants to consume your best content at their own pace and give them 100% control over the consumption of your content. So in this presentation, we're going to really talk about how to increase your open rates by up to 214%, your click-through rates by up to 882% with these simple and powerful accelerated email sequences. Okay, so what we're really talking about here is an advanced level marketing strategy that really doesn't require a lot of technical understanding to really how to do it, but it's an advanced level email marketing strategy that really allows you to, again, deliver your most valuable content to your newest, to your hottest readers, prospects, customers, participants in your challenges as soon as they join your list. And this can be whether it's via an opt-in, an abandoned cart, after a purchase, whatever it may be. And so this also really, it gives your new subscribers 100% control over how fast they want to consume your best content when they're most excited about you, your brand, your offer, your challenge. Okay, so that's what we're going to be covering. And so why this matters so much is that most email sequences, if you have any experience in email marketing or if you're on any type of list or anything like that, most email sequences require new subscribers to wait to receive additional content. So again, if you're an email marketer, you're probably familiar with these wait or delay functions. Wait a day, wait 3 days, wait 7 days. Maybe you've even added these into your automated sequences. And so most email marketers rely on this function. Okay, they rely on it rather than using it as a secondary or a tertiary function, despite the fact that many of their newest and hottest subscribers participants, whatever you want to call them, are highly interested in consuming more content as soon as they opt in, right? The reason why they joined your community, your list, your tribe, whatever it may be, is because they're red hot right at that moment. They want to consume what it is that you have to offer. And so with these accelerated email sequences, what we're doing, what you'll essentially be doing, is gifting your most eager subscribers with your most valuable content at an accelerated pace that they can control. Okay, so this, again, allows you to increase your open rates by up to 214%, your click-through rates by up to 882% in my experience, as your new subscribers eagerly request. That's the key here. They're in control. So they eagerly request the following email in your sequence immediately. And so this helps to improve your email sender reputation by significantly boosting these reader actions, such as opens, clicks, replies, which really shows your ESP, your email service provider, that you are a trusted sender, which is the ultimate game for us as email marketers. And so it also allows you to segment your most engaged email subscribers based on these actions that they take. Okay. And so how do these accelerated email sequences function? And it's really quite simple. With each click in an email, so you'll have an email with some body copy and some content, you'll have a link in there. And so when that link is clicked, the reader is then taken to a designated bridge page. And I'll get into this in a little bit here. But the second step is that that click automatically triggers the next email to send. Okay, and so this is how we're able to accelerate the process of delivering your most powerful content to your newest and hottest subscribers who are most excited to consume your best content, offer, challenge updates, everything of that nature. Okay, so the way that I've used these accelerated email sequences is they move laterally and vertically. Okay, so within each of my emails, the email itself covers a general idea, strategy, or product related to copywriting and the original copy legends, which the terminology isn't important, but for my brand, Copy Legends, I talk about the old school copywriters, David Ogilvy, Claude Hopkins, people like that. So when my readers click on a link in one of these emails, they're taken again to a bridge page, and that bridge page dives deeper into the specific idea, strategy, product, whatever it is that I'm talking about generally in the email. Okay, and so you can think of this as the T-shaped skills concept, where the email, again, very general, broad topic description. And then when you click on the link, you're taken to the bridge page, which is where you get to go into the deep expertise or the specialty, going a little bit deeper into the general topic. Okay, so an example here is in one of my emails, I talk about an old school copywriter named David Ogilvy, where I talk about two of his most famous ads and this strategy that he uses to differentiate the two products. And then on the bridge page here, I actually break down the sales copy and the difference between the peripheral route processing and central route processing. So you can see how the difference here is I'm kind of talking about the headlines, and I talk about how there's a difference in decision-making processes when you're buying a $3 bar of soap versus a $300,000 Rolls Royce, which is what these two ads are describing. And so on the bridge page, I break down the copy and I say, see how he's using this, see how he's using this, see how he's using that. And so this is how I use these things to kind of differentiate between the general and the really specialty information when you click on that bridge page. And so as a visual, every click for email one, you click it, you're taken to a bridge page, which is the down arrow, and then it also automatically triggers the second email, and so on and so forth. And if somebody does not click on one of those links, the great part here is no click. The next email is sent whenever that wait delay function plays its role. So here we allow that wait and delay function to act as a secondary mechanism rather than the linchpin that determines when the new reader is able to consume more of the content. So in this case, if I can get a new subscriber to consume 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 of my emails in that first day, that's really powerful. Not only for the connection and the relationship and the resonance I'm able to build with that reader, but also for my ESP, my email service provider, because it shows if somebody is opening and clicking that many emails in a day, it tells my ESP that I must be sending some really valuable content to get them so interested in consuming so much of my stuff on the very first day. So that's really the power of these accelerated email sequences. And so to give you some context and understanding of the results that I've had for these accelerated email sequences, I've tested this across 33 emails in my automation sequences, or my automation sequence. And I first saw somebody use this for a single email where you click like a YouTube link, they'd be taken to a YouTube video, which acts as the bridge page in this case. And that bridge page can really contain any type of content. It can contain text, like you saw in the example from me on a couple slides back. It can be a YouTube page where it's a video. Anything, it's really just a link where they can go to consume more information. And then in that example, when somebody clicked on the YouTube link, another email would be like, hey, I know you just checked out my video, boom, 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 and they're moving the consumption, okay? So for me, I've used this across 33 different emails or so in my automated sequence. And I've tracked the non-clicks, right? Because if somebody does not click on one of those links in the emails, there's a wait delay function, and they'll just get the next email 24 hours later, in my case. And so I've tracked the click versus the non-click over the last 365 days, and I'm going to be showing you the difference and the power in being able to accelerate these email sequences. And so you can see here in my consumption sequence, the average open rate, 39%, the average click rate right there, versus the accelerated email sequence where over the course of those same 10 emails here in white, getting a 74% open rate on those emails and a 41% click-through rate, right? And so in my second sequence, in my automation, it's an ascension phase where I'm selling my first product. And so you can see the difference here between the open rate, 34%, and the click rate right there, versus that same sequence when people are clicking through, 71%, 40%, okay? Ascension phase 2, an average of 29% open, 3% click, versus 67% open, almost 33% click, okay? And so this is over the course of dozens of emails now where people are able to, if somebody wanted to read 20 or 30 of my emails in the first day or over a weekend, they have complete control to be able to do that. And I want them to have all of the control that they want. If I can get somebody to read 30 of my emails in a day, imagine how powerful that is. If you can get some of your new challenge participants to consume that much content leading up to the challenge, imagine how much hype you'll be able to build when the challenge officially starts or throughout the challenge to keep them motivated and stuff like that. It's incredibly powerful. The more you can, that's really the game that we're in right now, is consumption. Getting our challenge participants or our readers to consume our stuff and to build that deep connection with them. Okay. So phase 3, you can see that the numbers are staying just as steady, about 29% open, little under 3% click, versus almost 69% open and a 35% click. Okay. And then a side by side of all of these, which really ties back to the headline and the numbers that I was using there. These side by side, those 33 emails, when people don't click, about a 33% open, 4% click, versus 70% open when they do click and a 37% click. And the difference there is a 214% difference in open rate and over an 882% difference in click rate. And so that's what we're talking about here by adding these simple accelerated email sequences. Okay. So something that's pretty cool, if you have upsells for your challenges or stuff like that, you can also apply this same methodology, the same strategy to any type of promo sequence. And so I've tested this with Copy Legends. I've tested this on a recent micro course that I launched on my side, and it included 6 different emails. Each of those emails had a different type of reveal. One was the curriculum. One was some of the bonuses they were going to get. Some of them was some of the guest speakers. One of those was the price. And so when my subscribers clicked on the link in any of these 6 emails, they went to a bridge page, which had a video breaking down that reveal a little bit more in depth. Or maybe I shared my screen and I showed the inside of the micro course and I broke down the bonuses. And so that was the bridge page that I used for this specific promo sequence. And then again, when they clicked on that link, they also received the next email immediately, was triggered to their inbox. So this gave them 100% control over their own experience for my promo, their own promo experience. And so what that means and meant is that I was able to create a genuine sense of urgency for my micro course by really incentivizing and rewarding my subscribers for taking immediate action by presenting them with my most compelling offer, this new micro course, at the exact moment that they had the most momentum, while they were already in front of their inbox and when their emotions were the highest. And so this meant that the official launch for this promo sequence, it wasn't dictated by a specific day on a specific time. It was dictated by a specific email. In this case, email number 6 that revealed the live link to actually purchase the course. And so the best part of this, and this ties into this whole idea of allowing our people to consume at their own pace, those who were most interested in this micro course, those who opened every email, clicked every link, and watched every video reveal, they had the opportunity to receive their launch email and complete their purchase on day 1. Okay. And so this created authentic scarcity for the limited bonuses that I offered for the fast action takers. I had specific bonuses for the first 20 buyers or so. And so by letting them know that throughout the process, I'm able to get click after click after click, email after email after email delivered, and purchases on day 1 for the people who may have already planned to buy on day 6. And I also don't know what would have happened. Maybe they would have been busy. Maybe they would have forgotten. Maybe they would have missed an email or so. But when their emotions were the highest, when they wanted to consume, they could click, consume, and purchase on day 1. They were in complete control at their own pace. And so following this accelerated promo email sequence, once they got the email with the actual live link in the 6th email, I was still able to continue with my standard post-launch sequence that included testimonials, FAQ, deadline emails, and stuff like that. So there isn't a lot of change to what you may already be doing with any of your promotions. This just helps to accelerate the point at which people are able to land on the page, see your offer, and purchase it. Okay. And so that's the first part of this, Alessio. I don't know if you have any questions you want to dive in for right now. I do have a separate strategy kind of on a separate topic.
I have so many questions. I think that I will kill you with questions. Okay, so let's go a bit on that. So you mentioned so many things that are incredibly interesting. So I want to start a bit from the technical one, which is ESP. So which kind of ESP do you normally use to make this happen? And have you experienced that this is possible on different ESPs, or you need a specific one?
Great question. And this is really the biggest barrier to entry, is figuring out the tech side of it. So luckily, I hope for most of you, I use Klaviyo right now. I come from the supplement world several years back. And so when I launched Copy Legends and I got back into the digital landscape, I chose Klaviyo because it was the only ESP I was familiar with. Klaviyo is the most difficult to do this with. It's the most it's the most bloated. When people click on a link, they're added to a new segment. That segment triggers a new flow. That flow triggers an email. And so it's pretty bloated in how the tech is set up on Klaviyo. But for something like Active Campaign, you can do it in a couple of clicks with the goal function, where it's essentially email number 1, wait 24 hours or whatever your wait delay is going to be, and then a goal where it says, if somebody clicks on this link, just jump them directly to this. And so it's really just a matter of adding that one simple goal feature into something like Active Campaign, and it makes it a total breeze. And so, aside from Klaviyo, setting something up like this that has a goal feature like that, or where you can tag people based on opens and on actions inside the ESP, would essentially be like, when somebody clicks this link, send this email trigger. So super simple on everything other than the platform that I learned how to do this. So.
Love it. Awesome. And when I was seeing this, there were so many things that were coming to my mind, like our onboarding sequence, especially, right? Our branding sequences. Whenever someone join your brand, join your company through a funnel, most of the time they're just dumped into a newsletter. But having a branding sequence, in this case, they can actually binge read, in this case, makes the entire difference. And what's interesting also is what you were mentioning about the bridge page, and that's probably what I'm most curious about, because as far as I'm understanding, this will work very well if you don't create a sequence, you create an entire story. And the bridge page continue the story, or how will it work? Because I imagine that at the end of the video on the bridge page, or at the end of the page, you will need to tell them to read more about this, check your email, right? Something like that?
Yeah, and so that's the first person that I saw actually string multiple triggered emails together is a copywriter named Daniel Throssell out of Australia, and so he has something known as his parallel welcome sequence, which does he essentially tells a story on all of his bridge pages while telling a separate story across his actual emails.
Wow.
And so for a storytelling narrative like that, it's also a brilliant way to use these bridge pages as bridges for the story. And so he does a really masterful job of using his bridge pages as a story. And at the bottom of every bridge page, it's essentially like, hey, if you're looking for the next part, go check your email. So there's always a reminder to close the loop. When it's like in the email, it's like when you click on, in my email specifically, I say when you click on this email, not only are you going to see more about this, but it's also going to send you the next email on this topic. And so we're always opening and closing the loops, because if our objective is consumption, we need to be very specific and clear about what we want them to do next. Click the link, you'll be taken to this page. At the bottom of that page, it says, hey, go check your inbox because there's another email. In that email, click the link, you'll see this, so we're just continuing the loop of consumption. So
yeah, that's incredible. I was completely stunned by the stats that you were showing on emails, and I think that that's just incredible. What I'm curious about is, what's the average time that a person takes to go through these sequences? If normally they would have taken 7 days, how shorter it becomes in this way? Do most of them take it in 1 day, or do some one of them take the first 2 emails, then wait 1 day? Then, like, how does it work behavior-wise for the users?
Yeah, that's a great question. I haven't really dived into analyzing that, but I've had people telling me that they've read 10 emails in a day, several times, right? And so while I don't have the information on that, I know that the number of people who read at least two emails on the first day is significantly more than the number of people who would have only read one had I not given them the chance to read a second or a third or a fourth. And so that's really where the power is. It's just giving them a choice,
Yeah, love it.
Well, yeah.
No, and the last question I have is regarding what you just showed on the promo email sequence. Because as you show, the open rate and the click-through rate are incredible. I'm just curious about the revenues. What's the difference between the classic promo email sequence you have and an accelerated promo email sequence? Did you see that the higher click rate and open rate reflected in the same way that you're maybe at that 200% more revenue as well, or how did it work?
Yeah, I'd say it performed. I don't know if it was twice as much, but it was significant enough to justify doing it for every big launch that I do, right? Because it's like it's really about meeting people where they're at. Right. And so if we go through, and there are benefits to building tension, where had I not done that, it's like, you have to wait until tomorrow, you have to wait. And then, so by the time that the launch comes, you're like, just let me buy it already. There is an advantage to that.
Yeah.
I think there's also an advantage to capturing that sale as soon as they're ready. Yeah. Right. If someone's like, I've had so many people email me that just say, take my money, and to add an offer on it, right? Like, can you imagine a better compliment to the value that you provide when someone's like, dude, stop sending me emails, just tell me where I can give you my money, right? And so that's the dream outcome. And so being able to do that, hit those people right then and meet them where they're at, when they're ready, as often as we can do that, knowing that that may be a small subset, but those red hot readers, that's the 80-20, those are the ones that we want to take the best care of and give them serve them as best as we can.
Yeah.
And if that means just allowing them to pay when they want to pay, let's do it.
That's fantastic.
Because everybody else will buy on their own time, but we're able to secure the red hot people right then and there.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Awesome. Then let's go with the second part of the presentation. If the first one was so good, I can't wait for the second one.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, so this is another email marketing thing that you guys can use for your challenges that will, depending on how you deliver the content, I know there's going to be a lot of content delivered in Facebook groups and stuff like that, but for like the onboarding for your challenge and any upsells and stuff like that you guys may have for your challenge model, this is a powerful strategy that I've used to generate over 27% response rate on my second email. Okay, that's not open rate, it's not click rate. That's 27% of people who actually hit reply and send me a reply back. Okay, and so this is an example of deliverability dashboard. It's one of the big ESP kind of health ranking platforms out there where I kind of ran my Copy Legends database through it and got 100 out of 100. And so what's really important and critical about this is that I'm not some technical wizard. I don't understand DMARC and DKIM and all of those acronyms for email deliverability and how the ESPs work on a really technical level. I don't use a dedicated IP address. And so I've been able to get this 100 out of 100 by using strategies like this that are really simple. Okay. And so Adrian Savage, who is the CEO of Deliverability Dashboard, said, wow, I've just reviewed the reports inside Deliverability Dashboard. It looks like an amazing performance. Now, Klaviyo is one of the newer platforms I've added support for. So there's a chance my code has some glitches in it, but I'm only thinking that because your engagement results are so amazing. That's pretty cool, right? That's coming from the CEO of Deliverability Dashboard. So we're talking about email sender reputation. It's important to know whether you've been sending emails for a while for your own list or your own projects, or getting into this challenge, you're going to be building your list for the first time. Starting with a foundation like this is really critical. So to understand that with each email that we send, there are multiple factors working for and against us. All of these play a significant role in what's known as our email sender reputation. Okay. And most importantly are the actions that our ESP can track that our readers are taking. This includes opening our emails, clicking them, starring them, whitelisting them, and moving them from the promo to the primary tab. All of these different actions relay information back to our ESPs, letting them know and understand the relationship that we're building with that individual person, okay? And so the core objective of our email sender reputation is really to determine whether our emails are some form of unsolicited spam or if they're perceived as these welcomed personal messages sent between friends, right? And so what's the number one thing that we do with most personal emails that we get? Well, we reply to them. And so as far as I've seen in terms of the weight that each of these various reader actions has on our email sender reputation, from what I've seen, replies are some of the strongest because it takes the most to get something like that, right? To open an email is simple. It's a click. To click a link is rather simple. It's a click. But to reply, it's multiple clicks, and it takes a level of interaction that goes above and beyond the open or the click. And so the number one mistake that I see most email marketers make, anybody with an email list, is that most of their welcome emails try to inspire these reader actions in a way that are framed selfishly for the sender's benefit rather than the reader's benefit. And in my opinion, it's a really critical mistake and a significant lost opportunity. So we've all likely seen these before or written these before. And if that's you, pay close attention here. So it's essentially something in the welcome email that says, hey, will you do me a quick favor and reply to this email? Add me as a contact, whitelist my email address. This makes sure that all of my future emails land at the very top of your inbox, right? We've all seen something like that before. But in my opinion, what they're unconsciously saying to their newest readers is, hey, I know this is the very first email I've ever sent you, and I know I haven't proven myself worthy of your readership yet, but can you do me a quick favor? Before I demonstrate how much value I can actually deliver to you, can you just give me the master key to your inbox by replying to this email and doing all these things so I can show up anytime I damn well please? Thanks. Right? And so, at least in the eyes of ESP and the reader and the sender, that's kind of the dynamic that's actually going on. So in email marketing, I see these replies from our readers as really a sacred gift because of the power that they hold to boost our email sender reputation, which ultimately can be a huge determining factor for the success of your business, right? Our email lists are one of our, if not our greatest asset when building an online business. So the health of our email list and the health of our deliverability rates with our ESP should be a primary concern for the longevity and health of our business. And so I think we miss this opportunity if and when either we ask our readers to do us a favor, right, to give us something of theirs, whether it's time, inaction, data, feedback for free, without first providing some type of value-driven reason why to incentivize them to perform it, or we jump the gun and we propose this offering at the wrong time, like in a welcome email, if and when we already have a primary copywriter's intent, if you will, and I'll get into that in just a moment. And again, doing this in a way that benefits us, the sender, disproportionately to our readers, okay? And so simple truth is, if our number one objective is to engage our newest and hottest readers, participants in our challenge, if our goal is to sell the response, then our opportunities lie in making an offer that creates a genuine win-win opportunity at the right time, rather than creating this imbalanced, one-sided offer that only serves us, the sender, and delays the value to our readers based on this illusion of potential future value related to future emails. Okay, and so the strategy is simple, and I've come up with a really, really creative name for it. I call it the free gift email. Okay, and so this is the second email that I send to every new Copy Legends subscriber. The first, my welcome email, has a totally different copywriter's intent, and the copywriter's intent is really, what is the number one objective or action that I want the reader to take when they're inside of this email after they've read it? Okay, so for my welcome email, the only thing I want the reader to do is to click on the links to download the 2 free gifts that I offer during the opt-in experience. That's all. Because if there are too many call to actions, like, hey, download your free gifts, hey, whitelist my email, hey, drag this to the primary, hey, reply to this email, all of the power and the weight of all of those gets diluted by as many as you include in there. So if I want 100% focus on them clicking those links to be able to make sure that they get the value out of the promise that I promised them before they opted in, that's all I want to do. Okay, and then the second, as a secondary, is really just to build brand affinity and get them familiar with the style of emails that I send, how I speak, the verbiage, the formatting of my emails, stuff like that. So then 4 hours after that, they receive this simple, short, free gift email. And here's an example, one that I screenshotted, where somebody simply says yes. And that's really all we need them to do to get the power of that reply. And so the email simply says, I keep my promises. It's important to me, especially in this digital age of anti-spam and email priority for our precious inboxes. So I want to be 100% certain that you're able to download both of your new products below as promised. Link 1, link 2. If these links do work for you, simply reply to this email saying yes. This lets me know that you're all set. If these links don't work for you, reply to this email and let me know, and this allows me to help you out. If you reply to this email and let me know, I'll send you my exact 5-step ad copy sequence that I use to launch Copy Legends to 101,000 in the first 124 days. Here's to building trust and reliability, Matt, keeper of promises, Bach and Steady, and then a little PS section that really just kind of hopefully reduces any anxiety of replying to a real person, okay? And so that's it, simple, maybe a couple hundred words. And so this exact email, as you can see, last time I took this screenshot, it's a 27.4% response rate. It's pretty wild. And so to put this into perspective, like a 27% open rate, that's strong. When you send an email out, 27% of people open it. That's a strong open rate. 27% click-through rate, that's pretty damn impressive to get 27% of people to click from a specific email onto a link. But a 27% response rate is, as far as I'm concerned, completely unheard of, okay? And so it's really a simple email that you can add to any welcome flow. If you offer digital products like mine and Copy Legends, offer your subscribers a free complimentary gift for confirming that they received their downloads. If you offer physical products, offer your customers a complimentary gift for confirming that they received their tracking details. And when I say complimentary here, it's sort of a double meaning. One, it's free, but 2, it's complimentary to what they downloaded as the lead magnet to join my list in the first place, right? The gift is only as powerful as somebody's desire to have it. And so the reason why I get such a high response rate on this is because they really want this gift. The reason they really want this gift is because in those links in the free gift email, 2 free gifts that I give them when they subscribe to Copy Legends are these old school ads, swipe files, and stuff of that nature. And my free gift is essentially how I've taken these old school ads that they just got for free in my 2 free gifts. And then this 3rd free gift is essentially how I've used these old school ads to create modern day ad copy that generated over $100,000 for Copy Legends, brand new when I first launched them. Right, so they're complementary in nature and they make perfect sense to go together. And so, for the challenges, this can be just about anything, right? As a digital offer, Alessio, I imagine you have some ideas for this. Is like something you could confirm. Like
Absolutely.
Thank you for registering. Like, have you gotten the link to the Facebook group? If you're able to access the Facebook group, here's your free gift. Right.
Exactly. That's a way to do it. A lot of time, we always recommend people to have some bonuses in the challenge so that you can ask them, did you get these bonuses? Oh, by the way, if you confirm that you get these bonuses, we can give you a 3rd one and add another bonus like that. So I think that this is incredible. Like there are people that are trying to have response rate, but I think that having a 5% response rate is incredible. 27% is just like, you're right, it's completely unheard of. It's something that, I love it. Thanks so much for sharing this thing. I think that is unbelievable, the results that you can get. And I know that for a lot of people that are just starting an email list, they think, deliverability, what's important, what's not important. I'll just share a couple of things there that might make you understand a bit more. It's like at the moment, I think there is a stat that say 96% of the emails go on the promotion tab or on spam. And when someone actually receives in their primary inbox, especially in Gmail, they have a 90% possibility of reading more than when someone receives it in promotion or obviously spam. And this completely changes your business. And having a number like this on your 2nd email, it's a game changer. I can imagine just your stats also in terms of your normal open rate or click-through rate. And I think that this is just incredible, right? Because most of all the businesses out there won't have any of the stats that we've shown. And I believe that this technique is just game changer for deliverability, but also for building that kind of connection, right? I was seeing on the screenshot of the reply, you also keep on replying with a lot of the people, right? You keep having a conversation with a few of the people that reply. I've seen that you are having a few of them. And that's great. If it's about, not I just got another email subscriber, but I actually got a real person that I can build a connection with. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, and the greatest part about this, like just to reiterate, is there's no technical know-how. Like if you're already writing, this is just a simple email, 200 words. It's like you write it once, it goes out every time. So why not, just like, why not do it? And so you brought up a great point. Like I've had multiple people in the last week that have said, how do you keep landing? Like every single one of your emails comes through, every single one. And I'm like, I know the secrets, but it's like, it's an affirmation that like the simple stuff, if you set it up and you do it, it continues to work. And I was curious, I think late last night, I looked at my own spam folder just to kind of see who's landing where. Some of the biggest internet email marketers in the world, I don't need to mention their names right now, but the number of emails that I've been getting from them that are landing in my spam box, it's crazy. And they're some of the biggest names in the world. And so for you guys that are just kind of starting out, if you're building your list, something like this for the longevity of your business. And if you plan to run multiple challenges or annual or monthly or whatever it may be, start to, almost imagine yourself with 100,000 people on your list, and imagine when you can get deliverability to those people every time you have a new challenge, every time you have a new offer, a new bonus, whatever it may be, affiliate offers. The power is in your list, but the power of your list is in the deliverability. And something like this, a simple free gift email, is incredibly powerful. And so something that I actually recently started doing within the last couple of months, I created a free gift sequence. So now instead of just one, now I'm doing 3. So it's welcome email, free gift number 1, free gift number 2, free gift number 3. So now not only am I getting people to consume multiple ones, now I'm getting up to 3 or 4 responses on day 1.
That's fantastic.
Now we're just stacking those things. And it's like on day 1, and I'm giving gifts that are all complimentary in nature, and like people that are copywriters, people who subscribe to Copy Legends, I'm giving away like Clayton Makepeace's, famous newsletter, Gary Bencivenga's famous newsletter that I've curated from the internet. So it's a real convenience thud factor where it's just like, reply to this, click the link, and you've got all their greatest hits right there. You don't think people are going to reply to get that? It's crazy.
That's incredible. I mean, I just imagine how cool it will be to do a reply accelerated sequence altogether.
Yeah.
I was actually checking with my email provider if they provided this option. They didn't. But if there is an ESP that does it, it will be incredible. Like combining the power of the two, it will be just insane.
Yeah. And that's something you can do with ActiveCampaign is trigger those goal responses. It's like when somebody replies, jump to goal. So you can deliver 3 free gifts in 30 minutes. And imagine what somebody's going to be like. I'm like, holy smokes, Alessio, I just got this, and this from Alessio in 10 minutes. This is the greatest choice I've made to opt into his free newsletter. You don't think the likelihood of thinking if his free stuff is this good, his paid stuff's probably pretty darn solid also. So just imagine all of the different ways that it raises your status of servitude to your new people, which is really what we're in the business of doing, is serving our readers with value and earning their readership. And these are a few ways that we can deliver that and put them in control of it.
I love that. So I love all this lesson that we got today, and I want to tie them back a bit to the challenge, especially like the accelerated email sequence. I believe there's a lot of options. And I think that one of the major topics that a lot of people talk about challenges is how do I evergreen it? And although a live challenge always have better performances than an evergreen one, I totally believe that the accelerated email sequence could be a great way to evergreen a challenge. So the question that I have for you is, how would you see a challenge in which you have an email that's sent to a bridge page, and the bridge page is actually then unlocking another email, and people can keep on going like that? Would it be something that could work in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Say you have, and you'll know the numbers. Maybe you can give me an example. Say you have 10,000 people opt in to join the idea of a challenge, and you have, say, 250, 500, just for easy numbers. Say you have 1,000 people who join the paid challenge. Mm-hmm. You've got 9,000 opportunities now with this evergreen model, right? And so with 1,000 people going through the paid version, there's so much stuff you can do. There's success stories, testimonials, results. And so you can have a little testimonial the next time the challenge comes around. It's like, hey, look what Matt did with his challenge. Go ahead and click here to check out his transformation over the 90-day challenge. And maybe I'm ripped or shredded or jacked or whatever it may be. And so when you click on that for somebody who's on the fence, and then they get another email, it's like, hey, check out Cindy's transformation, right? So that you could break it up by testimonials and success stories. You could break it up by, say you need people to buy stuff to prepare for the challenge. Maybe it's a water bottle or a yoga mat or whatever it may be. You can also accelerate and maybe those are your own internal offers or their affiliate offers. You could do an accelerated email sequence for affiliate offers to prepare for the challenge.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
There's so many different ways you can do an accelerated content sequence about how to best prepare for the challenge. So if it's a fitness challenge, it's like, hey, here's what you can do for your sleep to optimize this. The next one is, here's what you can do for your nutrition. Here's 3 easy hacks you can do for this, so there's preparation for the challenge ahead of time. There's so many, all you really need to do is find a theme that makes sense for another email to come through on that theme, right? So with the examples that I gave, right, I had a consumption sequence, I had Ascension 1, 2, and 3. Those were all themed in different things. So one of them was all about sales letters. So it's like, if you click this link, you're going to see more about Gary Halbert's sales letter. P.S. You're also going to get another email about a Eugene Schwartz sales letter. So it makes sense. They're in the sales letter theme. So it makes sense that they would want to see multiple of those. And so any way that you're accelerating these, just find a theme. Maybe it's 3 testimonials. Maybe it's 3 preparation. Maybe it's 3 affiliate products. So now you've got 9 emails, 3 different themes. And then, hey, the challenge is coming up again next week. We'd love to have you join. And you can extend or squeeze those into however many. That's what's so nice about this is you're in complete control. You could have a dozen testimonials that go out. So you just really load people up with the type of success that you see in these types of things. So it's really limitless. Just find a theme that people will want to consume that are really their biggest objections. Well, I don't think this kind of challenge will work for me. You don't think so? Let me show you 12 different people that it worked for, and you can check them all out today. All you got to do is click to read or click to watch this testimonial video. There's so many ways to do it.
That's so cool. Wow. Man, thanks so much. I think that today we've learned so much about an incredible topic like email marketing. I believe that it's probably one of the most underrated topics in marketing. Everyone talk about the new fancy stuff and think email is old, but guys, it's like that's where the money is. Let's speak frankly. And those tactics we learned today are things that can turn a business, some tactics, some email sequences that you had that weren't working to something incredibly profitable. So, Matt, thanks again so much for the incredible session today, and we continue with the next speaker.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, brother.
Here, right now we're gonna have an incredible interview with a person that we wanted to interview for years. He's probably one of the biggest branding experts that there is in the world right now. He's someone that's been partnering and working with incredible celebrities. So I'm super excited to have here with us Mark Clark. Mark is the CEO and best-selling author of Shorts and the Gap, which is a company that helps different people improving their brands. He's, as I was saying, one of the most famous person in terms of helping other people increasing their brand authority. He is also the host of Business Rockstar, where he interviewed over 1,000 people in the world of business, and is an incredible host and interviewer as well. And he's also has a company that he helps different celebrities to launch their own masterclass. He's been working with everyone. He was just sharing some of the names he's been working with while he was doing his own challenges, and I'm just even more amazed about interviewing him. So without further ado, let's welcome on the stage Mark Clark. Hey, Mark.
Hey, brother. Great to be here. I'm excited.
Very excited. And as I was saying, you are an expert at branding. Let's say my marketing experience come a lot more from funnels, conversion rate optimizations, and for sure, especially when I used to be in Valley, branding was a big part of what we were doing. But I'm not an expert on that. And I bet some of the people that are watching us are not experts as well. So if you will need to talk with someone that doesn't have a real understanding of what brand or branding is, what would you say about that? What's branding?
Yeah, so my focus really is more on, just for clarity, personal branding. People like Tony Robbins or Gary Vaynerchuk or Grant Cardone, people who have leveraged themselves as an individual, and they create the brand, and then they attach it to company brands with products and services. The reason why I like to focus on personal brands is because your personal brand stays with you forever. It's your reputation. And some people build companies and then they sell those companies, and then they have to start all over completely from not from nothing, but you know what I'm saying? They have to start over from nothing, basically. But if you have a personal brand and you're like Kim Kardashian, she can partner with a company, get equity, sell the company, and she's still famous, and she can just do it over and over and over again with as many companies as she can possibly create or partner with. And so I really love the power of personal branding, because it should, when done correctly, just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you can create more impact in the world and really have a positive change in the ways that you want to see in the world. And then also, as a result, you can make a lot of money if you do it right, if you play your cards right. And you don't even have to sell your company, or you don't have to have an exit. You can make a lot of revenue and cash flow if you follow the different ways that we teach. And that's why one of my businesses teaches people how to do this as an individual, as a regular person, just like me and you, or how to actually do this if you're a big celebrity or influencer and you already have millions or in some cases, hundreds of millions of followers, we teach them how to better serve, support, and impact their audience in a way that really matters more than just like a product, like a physical product. Like nobody's ever said, oh my God, this candle changed my life. No one ever says that. But what they do say is your story, your education, your knowledge, the way that you showed up in that masterclass and laid out exactly how to achieve that body, that relationship, that success, that changed my life. And so we help celebrities and extract stories and knowledge that they have to be able to impact their audience in a greater way. And everybody can do this. Everybody has some type of a story or knowledge or experience where you're one chapter ahead of somebody in the book of fitness, the book of life, the book of relationships, the book of being a parent. There's some area. And if you don't, by the way, that's okay. You can learn. Like I've got a bunch of books behind me. You can read 20 books that other people haven't read. And now you're way ahead of them when it comes to psychology or marketing or funnel creation or personal branding, whatever it may be. So everybody has a personal brand, and it's really just your online reputation. And branding in a nutshell for me, whether it's business branding or personal branding, is how do you come up with a perception that you want everybody to have about you? So it was about a decade ago, I said, I want everybody to know me as the personal branding expert. So whether you're a celebrity or I'm introduced on an interview or a podcast or on stage, I want everybody to say, this is the number one guy for personal branding. And what you do is you figure out, what do you want people to know you as? And then from there, you understand that perception of how you want everybody to perceive you. And then you start to reverse engineer from there, and you start to create content on all the different social platforms where your target demographic and audience is hanging out. And from there, that content starts to create a narrative and a perception. And if you tell I hate to say this as a metaphor, but like politicians, whether they're telling the truth or not, if they tell it enough and they pump it on the TV and they pump it through the media, they can control a specific narrative. Whether that narrative is true or not, if they tell it enough, other people start to believe it. At least 50% of the population will believe a narrative if it's told enough and it's told consistently and it's told from somebody who is in a position of authority or trust. And so if you can start to tell a narrative, hopefully a true one, about how you want to show up, how you want to help people, how you make a difference, and claim, I'm the best mom for teaching parents who are newborns. I'm the best chiropractor if you're a soccer player and you hurt your shin splints. I'm the best at personal branding if you want to know how to get more well-known and positioned online. You figure out that narrative and that perception, and then you follow our process of creating content and putting it online so that if anybody finds you, anybody hears about you, you have thousands of things on the internet that reinforce this narrative about who you are and your perception. And it works. You know, I've been doing this myself for 10 years, and we're going to talk about what some of those strategies are and how it can tie into helping people with challenges and ultimately impacting people and creating revenue. Because a challenge is nothing more than a vehicle. A challenge is nothing more than a tool to be able to drive great impact and serve people through an experiential process and timeline of maybe a 3-day challenge, a 5-day challenge, a 7-day challenge, whatever it may be. It's an experiential process of what it's like to work with you and your service. And then at the end, you make an invitation to allow people to go further and to continue, almost like one free yoga session or one free boxing session or one free fitness session or one free coaching call. And then you get to continue on after the challenge. So we're going to talk about all this, but personal branding and what I teach has so much overlap with challenges, and we're going to break that down today.
Yeah, no, that's super exciting. I think that one takeaway from what you just said for me is that it's not really what you do a lot of time, it's a lot more how you make them feel. Mm-hmm. So you were saying a lot of time, it's about perception that you want to have. It's about, and those kind of things, obviously your action are important, but it's not just the action, it's about how you make them feel in the process of that.
Right. And a good little saying that I like to riff off of from that is, so many times people in business as marketers, even if you don't identify as a marketer, you're probably still doing this in some capacity. As I don't want to say I made this mistake, but I made this same error that a lot of people have made, which is you try so hard to get people to understand your product. You try to get people to understand your product, but instead what you should do is you should try to make people feel understood by you and that your product is for them. There's a big distinction between, Alicia, let me get you to understand my product. This is why it's so good for you. I'm trying to tell you all the features and the benefits rather than trying to tell stories around how I understand what you're going through. If you're a business owner and you're struggling to get leads and you're scared and your family is like, oh my God, like we might have to shut this down and you might have to go back to a 9-to-5 job. Like it's scary being an entrepreneur. It's scary starting an online business. I know exactly what you're going through if you're not consistently able to generate cash flow. Some months you have great months and you're like, this was worth it. And the next month you don't even know how you're going to pay your bills or pay your team. It's scary being an entrepreneur. And so the more you can drop in and make people feel understood that I know what you're going through, I've been there. And then it's like, we call it the 3 F's. Feel, felt, found. I understand how you feel if you're struggling with this because I too have felt the same way. Let me tell you my story so you can understand that I know what you're going through. And it wasn't until I found this process, this blueprint, that everything in my life or my business or my relationship changed. So I understand how you feel because I felt the same way. And it wasn't until I found a solution. And now my passion is I want to share it with everybody. Or I made a promise to myself that if I ever found a solution, I would go back and I would share it with people just like me who are still struggling. So if that's you, I know what you're going through. Don't worry, I've already crawled through the mud and the crap and I found the solution. And now my passion is bringing it back to people just like me when I was struggling. And so the feel, felt, found is an amazing methodology to be able to utilize.
Yeah, that's such a fantastic framework because as you said, storytelling is everything. Like it's so difficult to build your personal brand without telling your own story. Let's say it's probably impossible, right?
Right. Otherwise, you become a commodity. Yeah. Everybody sells marketing. Everybody sells sales. Everybody sells fitness coaching. Everybody has the product or the service, which promises some outcome. So that doesn't make you different. I always like to say for the believers out there with faith, God only made one of you. But if you're not using your story, if you're not using your unique experiences, and you're not using your unique gifts, then you're missing one of your biggest competitive advantages because truly somebody can copy your product. Somebody can copy your website. Somebody can copy your advertisements. Nobody can copy you because God only made one of you. And if you learn how to tell your story and you learn how to follow the process that we teach, and we're going to cover some of that today, you'll realize your personal brand is your biggest competitive advantage, whether it's challenges or whether it's anything that you do for marketing and branding.
Absolutely. So I'm super excited. Then let's dive into the process of how you can build, understand, first of all, the perception that you want to actually have, and then how you can use that in order to properly build your own personal branding.
Yeah. So you want me to talk about kind of how to build that perception first?
Yeah, let's start with that.
So again, I'm going to keep some of the stuff kind of surface, easy, basic stuff, because sometimes it gets a little bit deeper down the rabbit hole and we can go there if you want. But at a basic level, you want to identify what is it that if everybody was able to go on social media, they would all end up saying the same thing about you. What do you want them to say? And so for me, I want people to say, wow, this guy's inspiring. This guy motivates me to be more, to play more, to give more to the world. And clearly when it comes to marketing and sales and funnels and advertising and building my personal brand, this guy is sharing so many educational videos. Not only am I posting short videos on Instagram and Facebook, but I have long form videos on YouTube. You can register and watch webinars of mine that are 2 hours long. I have a podcast where I interview people on the subjects. So I'm not just only talking about it myself. I'm aligning myself with other authority figures, celebrities, and experts on the same subject and narrative. Because if you're truly an expert, you hang out with all the other experts. And one of the best ways to co-create content is to have a show, a podcast where you interview other experts because everybody wants more attention and awareness. And a show is a great way to do that. And so you post content online around the narrative and the subject you want to be known as an expert on. You don't say you're an expert. People come to the conclusion that you're an expert because you have so much robust content on the subject. You also are interviewing other experts. And what happens when you hang out with enough people? If you hang out with a bunch of gang members, people are going to think you're a gang member. If you hang out with a bunch of drunk people, people are going to think you're a drunk person. If you hang out with a bunch of successful people, people are going to think you're successful. If you interview a bunch of experts on a specific subject, eventually people are going to think you're an expert on the subject. So it's aligning yourself with association and having almost like osmosis, it kind of rubs off on you. If you're hanging out with all the people, if you're talking about all the stuff, and you do this for years, eventually other people come to the conclusion, you too must be an expert on the subject, because when I search it on the internet, you pop up with 10 of the other experts. So you must be an expert. And then of course, eventually you really do become an expert because you become so knowledgeable on the subject that there's virtually nothing you haven't already talked about or a question you haven't already answered. And eventually enough of the traffic and the attention and the search engine optimization and all the stages and all the podcasts and all the blog articles starts to have you on it. And so eventually, by definition, you really do become an expert. And so that's how you can control the perception, is you write down, what do I want people to say about me? I want people to say I'm inspiring, I'm motivating, because my background is personal development. You're not going to just be inspiring talking about sales funnels. I'm inspiring and motivating because my background is like 10,000 hours of personal development and Tony Robbins and how to get your mind right and your life right and your body right. Because if you don't get those things right and you got great sales funnels, but your relationships are struggling, your mindset's off, you're beating yourself up because you're not successful yet and you're comparing yourself to others, you dive into your business and work so many hours, but your relationship with your children or your significant others in shambles, or you're letting your body go and get a little overweight, your energy's off, your sleep is terrible. And so for me, I like to have all of those things optimized, because I know that at the end of the day, that's really what matters most. And so it's a combination of having all the areas in your life in harmony and optimized at a high level. You don't have to be insane and peak performance, everything, but like get 1% better every day, get a little bit better in your health every day, work out a little bit more, exercise a little bit more, come up with good habits and rituals in all the areas of your life. And so I don't just talk about sales funnels and marketing, because then you couldn't fit the narrative of the perception I want, which is, wow, that guy's more than just a personal branding expert. That guy actually inspired me to want to be more, play more, give more, have more in all the areas of my life, because the better version of a human that I can be, not only am I going to produce better results, because I think we can all agree, if you feel better about yourself, energetically, emotionally, physically, mentally, you're going to perform better. And so when you feel better in all areas, you perform better. And when you perform better, you end up being able to serve more people. And if you can serve more people and add more value, what tends to happen? You make more money, you get more opportunities. And so it all starts with you. At the end of the day, it's not another strategy or another challenge funnel. It's you. If you become the best version of yourself and work towards that, because that's a never-ending goal. There's no destination. It's an always unfolding journey of bettering who you are. There's going to be slow days or months. My wife and I had a newborn baby a year ago. She's 13 months now. And oh man, I slowed down tremendously. But I wanted to slow down. I worked hard to be able to slow down, to be present for that moment. So you go through seasons and you go through cycles in life and business. But again, I'm back, baby. It's 2023. And like, I'm working in all these different areas to get back, and I'm doing more interviews and more podcasts and more speaking. So at the end of the day, the perception can't just be, in my opinion, business related, because then it's a professional brand, not a personal brand. Most people miss this. This is huge on the perception side. It's called a personal brand because there is a personal element. You have to tell me about your faith if you have faith. You have to tell me about your passions if you have passions. Is it cars? Is it motorbiking? Is it fishing? Is it skiing? Is it yoga? Is it fitness? Is it travel? What is your passions? And so you take part of your, I'm on camera, you take part of your personal life, whatever you're comfortable sharing. It doesn't have to be your significant other or your children. You can leave that out if you want. Some people bring it in, right? Like Grant Cardone is always with his wife and his children.
Yeah.
Gary Vaynerchuk, not at all.
Never.
And so, but Gary Vaynerchuk talks about things he's passionate about: trading, sports cards, sports, etc. And Grant doesn't talk about any of that stuff. Grant talks about other things he's passionate about. So you take the personal side of your life, the things you want to share, are comfortable sharing, and naturally can share. Not like, oh, I feel like I have to share this because it's some formula. No. What do you really, truly want to share? And then on the other side, you have your professional. I'm the best real estate agent. Here's why. Let me share a ton of content. I'm the best at building funnels. Here's why. Let me show you case studies. Let me help you step by step. Give away everything for free, because people will always pay you for a cap. So like, this is a cup. Fill it up all the way. Everybody wants their cup filled up in some capacity, whether you're an entertainer or an educator. They want to fill their cup up. They're bored. They want entertainment. Fill it up. and then they'll pay you to come to your comedy show, or they'll pay you to come to your thing, or pay to watch your movie, or pay to whatever. Or if you're an educator, fill their cup up so much. They want to know if you're a real estate agent. How do I know if it's the best time to sell my house? How do I know if it's the best time to buy a house? What about interest rates? What about refinancing? Oh my God, educate them for free on all this stuff in an easy way, not book a free call. That's too much. Maybe not even join my free challenge. That might even be too much. Give it away for free on social media so that if I'm searching on Google, your YouTube videos pop up. If I'm searching on YouTube, your YouTube videos pop up. Because people don't search on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, they discover. And so you want to make sure that if people discover you on there, that you have great content, but you definitely need to be on YouTube and producing a lot of videos. That's one of my biggest mistakes. If I could have gone back in time 10 years ago, I would have been doubling and tripling down on YouTube. That was probably one of my only massive regrets or mistakes, is not building a YouTube channel early on.
Wow.
And so that's where y'all need to be putting a ton of your content. People search Google and YouTube videos pop up because Google owns YouTube, and people search YouTube and you better pop up. And so it's really easy to control that perception. You make a ton of content. Some of it's personal, some of it's professional, and you can find the blend between the two. And one of the best ways to find that blend is find somebody who's already a leader in your industry. And they don't just have to be in your industry, because you can look at other industries and see how people are doing this out of your industry, but it works really well if you can find somebody in your industry. Obviously I could keep going on this stuff for like literally 48 hours. So that's kind of the fundamental basics of how to do it. But to close out my thing around the cap, fill the person's cup up so much that it's overflowing, and they're like, oh my God, I got too much information because it's all over the place. I need a cap, a lid. And the cap, C-A-P, C is for confirmation. Because let's be honest, if somebody tells you how to build a sales funnel, and then you're going to drive traffic, you're going to put it out there publicly on the internet, you're going to spend money, time, and resources, you're going to call up affiliates and get them to promote, you're going to put your whole life behind this thing, and it's going to determine if you pay your mortgage and take care of your family. You probably want, even though you learned it all for free, and it sounds right, it looks right, it feels right, before you have your whole life riding on this, your mortgage and your children and going to school and feeding your family, you probably want confirmation that it's all accurate, because you learned it for free. You know, like you learned it for free.
Good, right? Yeah.
You didn't actually sit down with the expert and have him or her tell you this is correct. You just learned it for free. You're not going to let your whole life ride on something that's for free. You're going to want confirmation. You're going to want to say, yo, am I really doing this correctly? Like, I learned it. And then you're going to want the person to say, yes. Well, fix that. But yes, you got it. Oh, okay. Everybody wants confirmation. A is access. They want access to better trainings. They want access to a simple step-by-step process, because a lot of the times free content is all over the internet like a bunch of breadcrumbs. You take a loaf of bread and you break it into breadcrumbs and you sprinkle it. It's the same loaf of bread, but everybody wants the real loaf. They don't want crumbs. But on the internet, we're fine with the crumbs, and that'll help us decide if we want to buy the loaf of bread. So people want access to a more organized training. They want access to you, the expert. And this is access. People pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to join masterminds for access to the people that you can listen to on podcasts. People pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to have access to a person speaking on stage that they're in the same room with. So access is literally key. People pay $10 to $50 million to have access to special investment funds. They pay that much money to have access to special deals. So access is critical. People will pay inordinate amount of money for access to experiences, access to education like Harvard. Access is everything. So even though you give away everything for free, they still want to pay for access. Think about this. MIT, one of the best colleges and universities in the world. All of MIT's information is on the internet for free. You can literally go and type in all of MIT's resources and education for free on Google, and it pops up. It's all for free. Why would you pay a bunch of money to go to MIT? Because of the access and the credential, because clearly the knowledge alone isn't enough. You need access to the school, which gives you access to the certificate that you graduated from there. So confirmation, access, and then P is put it together. People want help putting things together. And so if you get the confirmation from the expert, you get access to the expert and better resources, better community, better education, simplified things that rather than just a bunch of stuff on the internet, and then you get help putting it together, people will pay for that. And I literally have charged people six figures, over $100,000 to take all the stuff I put on the internet for free and then just get my confirmation that they're doing it correctly, have access to me via text messages, phone calls, Zoom calls, one-on-one, maybe in person, and then help putting it together with my team. It's the same stuff that I've talked about for free, and some of the stuff we're surface level talking about here, I give it away for free, but people will pay me $100,000 just to have confirmation, access, and help putting it together. So that's another good thing to understand while creating that perception of all the content you put out. Give it all away for free, because some people are afraid to do it and they hide it behind a paywall. You have to pay me if you want the good stuff. And that's fine, but we live in a new world where how are you going to compete? How's the person saying, you got to pay me if you want the good stuff? How are they going to survive if you are giving away everything they charge for free? And then people will still pay you for the confirmation that they're doing it correctly, the access to all the things we talked about, and then help putting it together, whether that's done with you or done for you. So
love it. And I love this because we say something very similar on how you build your own challenge, right? A lot of people in the challenge are like, just talk about random stuff or give them just a very little bit, because if you give too much, then people won't buy your course.
Right.
I'm
right.
like, well, no, like every single channel I run is, I've always seen that people, if they went from point A to point B, thanks to what you helped them with in the challenge.
Right.
And then they look back and they're like, oh my God, you helped me so much. They want to go to
Right.
point C together with you. And
Right.
that's exactly like kind of the feeling that to me you need to give to people, right? You need to give them everything possible, even more than what they need, to make sure that they arrive to that point. And once they arrive there, you build that kind of trust, bonding, and strength of relationship that they will follow you anywhere. They will do anything for you.
Right.
And that's to me something that makes a difference. Not sure what you have seen in your experiences with challenges and how personal branding and challenges goes together on this.
For sure. Yeah. And regarding personal branding with content, because it's a journey that you do for years and years and years, that's where I'm saying give away everything for free, because I mean, I literally have over 1,000 hours of content all over the internet for free. And so I agree that on a webinar or in a 3-day, 5-day, 7-day challenge, or even a 30-day challenge, you can't really give away everything for free because the time horizon or constraint is too short. I can't give away everything for free on this hour-long interview here because I can't fit it all into an hour. And so on social media, it takes me 5 years to give it all away for free on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, 1,000 podcast interviews, etc. So over all these years, I can give it away for free. But in a challenge, I agree, which we could get into a training on. You do want to create and have it set up where it's like, I'm teaching them everything they need to get to here.
Yeah.
But if they want to get to here, that's what my program does. So there's a certain degree of which you say, here's what you can do. But if you want to go all the way, then my paid program helps you. But also, I know that in this section here, I taught you about paid ads. You may not know how to do paid ads. So we also help that in the paid program. So there's a whole training we could get into on like how to design the challenge and how to do a webinar or anything where you're taking somebody through even a sales call. How do I give the person enough education on a strategy session where it's left with, but if you want to go fast and do this with us, we can do it. I can tell you 3 different ways we can help you, or we can hang up now and I hope you got enough information on the call or the webinar or the challenge. See you later. And you want to leave people with like, no, wait, I want more. Don't leave. Like you want to make them feel like you drag them out into the middle of the ocean and they wanted to get to the island that's out a little bit further. And you dragged them out into the middle of the ocean and nobody wants to be left in the middle of the ocean.
Absolutely.
They want to get to the island with the palm trees and the pina coladas and the jacuzzi and the massages. They want to get to the island where they can have a good time, the destination, the fairy tale land. They want to get there. They don't want to get left in the middle of the ocean. Nobody pays to go to Hawaii because they want the airplane flight. Nobody wants the flight. They don't want the transportation. They want the destination. And so there is a certain degree of which you can design your challenge to be the transportation that leaves them in the middle of the ocean. And they're like, I want to get to the island. And you're like, that's the paid program gets you the rest of the way. So we can get into that and how to design that. But I'm glad that you brought that up because there is a certain way that you do, I don't want to say unfortunately, but there is a psychology and methodology behind how to strategically structure a phone call, a webinar, a video sales letter, or a challenge to be able to psychologically get people excited and motivated about the destination, give them a little bit of help with the transportation, but ultimately say, I'm so sorry, I got to leave you here on the side of the road. But if you want me to drive you all the way, you got to get in the car and now it costs money. Or another metaphor is people will climb Mount Everest. They want to get to the top. Nobody climbs Mount Everest because they want to stop halfway. No one wants to go, this one time I was going to climb Mount Everest and I told all my friends and family, and then I had to go home and tell them I stopped halfway. Nobody wants to say, I'm going to start an online business. I'm going to be a millionaire. Watch me. I just quit my job. I'm going all in. And then a year later go, God, I had to quit. I had to stop. I had to go back to my 9-to-5 job because I'm a loser and I couldn't figure it out. Nobody wants to do that ever. And so if your free stuff, your challenge, your webinar, your phone call, whatever it may be, your content gets them halfway up the mountain to base camp level of Mount Everest, and you do it for free. Hey, look, for free, I'll get you halfway up the mountain. And then if you like me and my process and my team and my community and you want to go all the way, we have 3 different programs that we can talk about. Most people will take you up on that. They'll go halfway with you. And then if they like you and your process and your story and they feel understood by you, then they'll pay to go the rest of the way. So that's a whole training in itself. But hopefully that helps people understand that, like, on social, your content strategy is to give it all away for free. Because I'm telling you right now, if you guys resonate with me and what I'm sharing and a couple of you like it and you go look me up, there's so much information and content I put out on the internet. It'll literally take you all of 2023 to consume it. And it's so much easier for you to just pay me and I'll teach it to you faster and shorter. And it's the same thing with you and your challenge and with your offers. People are going to go through and they're going to get a bunch of great information. But if you want to go faster, you want to get the results. I shouldn't say guaranteed, but if you want to have a much higher likelihood of success, you don't Google things. If you want to be successful, nobody's like, I became a millionaire because I Googled my way to success. Nobody ever has said that, at least not that I've met. And I've met so many successful people. No one's ever said, I Googled my way for free to success. No, they say I got coaches, I got mentors, I got help, I got great education, whether it was self-education or formal education. And so let's keep going though. Now you got a bunch more questions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I love that we started talking about the challenge. And I always say that to me, challenge is incredible to build your own community. It is incredible to obviously teach people, to everything. But I do believe that challenges are incredible also to build your own personal brand or contribute to those 5 years that you were mentioning. Do you want to talk a bit more about that and how challenges and personal branding goes together?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about a lot of it right now, just in the sense of how they go together, because a challenge is really nothing more than saying, hey, you want to achieve this outcome. I'm somebody who's already achieved that outcome. Come and join me for 5 days or whatever the time frame of the challenge is. Yeah. And I'm going to show you all the steps you need to take to get on the path to achieving this. And a really good challenge, as I'm sure you've obviously shared with your community, is having a specific outcome that is achieved by the end of the challenge, whether that's a 3-day, 5 to 7 day. So for me with personal branding, I would say how to get your first 1,000 subscribers or followers, or as a funnel builder, how to build your first funnel and get your first client. So you have a promise. This is what y'all want. How to have your first sales call and close your first client, right? Like whatever that may be. It's the fundamental basic first step. How to set up your first website and sell it. How to set up your e-commerce store and sell your first product. Whatever it is, you want to typically have a promised outcome and then teach people how to do it. And then at the end, a small percentage of people usually will have actually achieved the outcome, because there's just certain people who are just able to do things faster and better than others. That's life, right? Yeah. And so a certain amount of people will have achieved the outcome, and then you're going to be able to share their stories with people and say, look, Jimmy already did it, and Cheryl already did it, and she did it, and he did it. And people are going to be like, oh my God, that's amazing. And it's like, great. If you want help going further, going faster, come and join me in my program. Here's what it looks like. And then personal branding, that's the essence of personal branding, but that's collapsed into 5 days or 7 days, whatever your challenge is. I'm saying to do that all over social media every day, every week, every month. So your social media is a challenge all the time, except less formulaic.
Yeah.
So the challenge
100%. It's more raw in social media, especially lately. Yeah.
Right. The challenge is a very formulated step-by-step, where social media is more just like all the content, it's all there. It's not necessarily like, especially because if I'm on YouTube and I'm just searching like how to run a challenge, how to whatever, I may find video 127 of yours, not video 4 or 1, 2, 3. Social media is not number 1,
organized.
number 2, number 3, it's not organized. It's just all over the place. So that's what I mean. The challenge is organized. Everybody comes in hopefully on day 1, goes day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. So a challenge and social media is the same thing. It's just one is more organized and one is disorganized. But the disorganized one is something that you do all the time. Just like as a friend or as a significant other, you don't have like an organized thing. You probably just get together and you start talking and it's natural and it flows. That's social media. It's more natural and it's maybe more current with the relevant times of what's happening in your life, in your business, in the market, in the economy, where your challenge is more designed. They're very similar though. You're sharing a combination of your personal story to get people to feel understood, and then you're giving them practical, tactical steps to take to achieve said specific outcome in a time frame. It's very similar. And that's why I love challenges, because they're an amazing condensed methodology to bring people through a proven process to not only serve, support them in an amazing way that has no cost, so you can feel really good about helping people, but at the end, it's an amazing way for people to have gotten a little flavor. They got to sit down and have the appetizer for free, and then they get to decide if they want to pay for the meal. And a good amount of people, if you deliver on the appetizer, they're going to stick around for the meal and they're going to pay money for that. And that's a great way to get clients. So everything I teach about marketing and personal branding, there's so much synergy with challenges. I mean, we run challenges both for my own business and also for our celebrities because they work so well.
And I remember that before starting the conversation, you were mentioning that you've run some incredible challenges with some incredible celebrities, which is something that we talk about a lot also in our program, of how to use, maybe not everyone has access to a list celebrity, but definitely to other people in your network that could be relevant for you. Do you want to talk a bit more about that, of how you yourself have been able to involve a list celebrity? You were talking about Snoop Dogg, Magic Johnson, like incredible people. And want to talk maybe a bit more about that and how this has been helping people going through the challenge to have an even better experience.
Yeah, so I want to make something clear too. We actually have the data around it that the celebrities help with the show up, the amount of people that show up, but it doesn't actually help with the sales. And so because the reason why is because a lot of the times the celebrities are the draw. They get people to show up because it's exciting and it's cool, but the celebrity doesn't help with the consistent through line of like, what is it that you're trying to sell? And so think about it. You know, we had Snoop Dogg, but he didn't like talk about everything that we wanted to help drive home why you should join our program. He just talked about stories and why his personal brand is great and how important it is, which was good. But like, I and our team is teaching it in a way that's going to drive home the sale. And so I just want you guys to know, you don't need celebrities. That's my point of sharing this. I don't want you guys to be like, oh, he's successful because of celebrities. No, not at all, actually. I've proven that a celebrity will get a lot of attention. That doesn't mean they're going to drive a lot of revenue or sales. And so you just want to make sure that you don't have any excuses. Celebrities, although they'll bring attention, they don't always bring sales. So I want to put that out there now so y'all have zero excuse. Celebrities is not going to make you more successful, period. What's going to make you more successful is taking copious notes from all the experts, true experts, not celebrities, but experts on exactly how you can be more successful online, and take 1 or 2 or 3 of these different methodologies. Don't try to apply all of them. I'm letting you guys know now, celebrities is not a methodology that 99% of you should even use. So I just want to put that out there as a disclaimer, because I know a lot of the times it's easy for us to find. We search for things that validate why we can't be successful. Oh, well, right there, he did it because of celebrities. Wrong. Nope, celebrities does not actually help drive sales. It just helps drive attendance and eyeballs. Oh, I want to go see them. I'm not going to buy though. You want people that are like, I'm showing up because I want to learn from Mark, who's not a celebrity, and I feel understood by him, and I want to work with him. That's what you want, and that's all you need. Celebrities, by the way, work in usually two different ways. One, you just pay them money. It's not hard. You just pay them money. You can get any celebrity that you want, typically, if you're willing to pay them the amount of money that they ask for, or that their agent or manager tells you is required to get their time for a 30-minute Zoom call or interview or whatever, a show-up fee. So getting celebrities is actually very easy because it's very transactional. Just like going to McDonald's and getting a cheeseburger is transactional, getting a celebrity is that easy and transactional as well. You just aren't in the industry and you don't know the agents or the managers, but once you do, you just say, hey, can I get so-and-so at this time? How much does it cost? And they tell you, and you pay the money, or you don't if it's not within your budgets. So getting celebrities and influencers is very easy and it's very transactional, but you do have to have the money to pay. Now, the second option, so I just want to make that clear so you guys aren't like, it's the untouchables. No, it's not. You just pay. Then the second thing is you can work on talking to the person, getting to know the person or their manager or their agent or some other trusted person, because you may not get directly to the celebrity or the influencer, depending on how big they are. So you can get to the person next to them, their manager, their assistant, somebody like that. And then you can talk about how they can get a percentage of the revenue, how if you have a proven model and you've done this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and you can show every time our revenue is this, we think it'll be double or triple if you're part of it as a celebrity and you can bring people in, or you don't have to post about it at all, but we'll use your name, image, and likeness on our marketing and advertising to draw more people in, and we'll guarantee you this amount of revenue, and anything above that you'll get 30% of or 50% of. So that becomes negotiations. If you can try to get the person in to negotiate how they can actually make more money. So for example, maybe they charge you $20,000 cash for a 30-minute Zoom call. Whoa, that sounds crazy. Okay, tell them that you'll pay them $40,000, but it's going to come out of the revenue instead of upfront, because you're like, I'm already going to be so much into this. I got to put a lot of money into the marketing. I'll give you a percentage of the money that comes on the back. Because a lot of the times you have to put money into the thing in hopes that if I put 20 grand or 10 grand, or dare I say bigger numbers, because I don't know if the audience here is super beginners. If I were to put $1 million into the advertising to get 500,000 people to my challenge, I'm giving you guys numbers that are bigger. Just drop some zeros off and make it more realistic for you. But it's just, that's business. It's a game of numbers. There's no difference between spending $1,000 on ads and making $10,000 on your challenge than spending $1 million on ads and generating $10 million. It's the same exact thing. I'm telling you from somebody who's been on both sides of the table of the small zeros and the bigger zeros with 7 digits and 8 digits. I've been on both sides of the table. It's the same thing. One, the bigger numbers is just usually more proven, more organized, and less risky because you're more confident and you have a better understanding that if I put $1,000 into ads, you're comfortable losing that. And then you make 10 and you're like, I wonder, was that good? In what reality would you spend $1 and make 10 and have that not be great? And so at a bigger number, you spend, or should I say invest, $1 million in advertising and celebrities and whatever, and know that you're going to make 2 million or 5 million or 10 million. That's the game. It's the same thing. So if you know those numbers, because that's what happens as you grow, you know your numbers, you get more confident in the numbers. That's it, guys. As you grow, you get more confident in the numbers, but you have to become obsessed with the data. And that's the problem with a lot of beginners and noobs in the game, right? They're noobs, they're beginners. They don't really know. They're not confident. They don't know how the game works. When you know the data or you're confident in the data, you spend more money. You invest more money. That's really it. And that's why I say celebrities don't really help, because I've done it. Celebrities get more people in, but the sales don't go up. So I'm telling you right now, I know because I've paid 40 grand cash, 80 grand cash for a celebrity to speak for 30 minutes. I feel like an idiot for doing it because it didn't drive any more sales. But I got more leads, and those leads I can email for the rest of my life. And I'm sure the money, has already come back. If I dug into the numbers, I'm sure it's already come back. But it's nice to be able to be like, oh, I paid that money, I got those celebrities. And I know that even though it may not have made me the money back from the challenge, I'll make the money back over 2 years or 3 years or 5 years at a multiple. And so that's the difference too with a lot of people in the early stages is you're looking at every transaction as it needs to be fruitful within 30 days. Because maybe in the beginning, everything, I know, I've been there, I understand.
When you are on the credit card, that's what you need, right?
Exactly. I know how you feel. I felt the same way. And so I'm telling you right now, you need to make that money back in 30 days. And the problem is it's so hard to get out of that mindset where everything has to be profitable in 30 days because the real success comes from waiting 6 months or a year for the lifetime value. So if I knew that I'd put $100,000 up this month and I would break even at 100,000, I broke even. I'm not able to pay my mortgage. I'm not profitable, but I broke even. But I got 10,000 new leads in my funnel. And in a year, I'm going to make $1 million off of those leads because of affiliate offers, partnerships, and everything else that I know, my upsells, my high ticket offer, my mastermind, my one-on-one coaching, serving those people for a year. I'm going to end up making 10 times the money. You don't know that yet, but if your business model is designed to take people and ascend them up, so like you joined my free challenge, you weren't ready to buy. 3 months later, you buy my $2,000 product. I serve you and support you in there. You buy my $10,000 product. I serve you and support you there. You buy my $30,000 product. And it just goes like that. And then everybody who says, I'm not buying Mark's product ever, I sell affiliate products to. I go and get Alicio and John and Mark and Susan and Cheryl and Jimmy, and I sell their products to that audience. So I'm always selling something. Even if you don't buy my stuff, I'm going to offer and invite you to somebody else's stuff. Hey, you didn't end up buying my thing, but I don't want to not serve you and support you because you're obviously interested. Let me introduce you to Jimmy and Susan and Cheryl because they have amazing products. And maybe you're just meant to be served by them. And maybe they make you feel more understood. And maybe you resonate more with their marketing and product. And because I introduce you to them, they'll pay me commission. And I always am able to make money off my leads no matter what. But in the beginning stages, everything's transactional and you're like, oh no, I didn't make my money back. And it's like, don't worry, take a deep breath. You'll make 5 times your money back. It just might take 1 year to recognize it on the P&L of the balance sheet, to be like, there it is. I did make 5 times my money back. He was right. But waiting, planting seeds and waiting sucks. If you plant a seed and you have to sit there and watch it grow, it sucks. We just want to be able to plant the seed and make money. And it doesn't always work that way. Big businesses are really good at understanding their numbers. And so for everybody here with challenges, it's a numbers game. Let's just say that you doubled your money on your challenge. You put $5,000 into advertising and you only made $10,000. Great job, but it doesn't feel like it was worth the effort and the energy. But there's probably 95% of the people that went through the challenge that did not buy. You better be emailing them every single day as if they're pieces of gold and cash that just didn't go into your bank yet, because they are. Most challenges, if you're lucky, will have 70% of people attend the challenge and maybe 50% will actually complete the challenge. So if 1,000 people register, 700 will probably actually show up for the challenge. Not everybody's going to show up. And maybe 500 people, half, will complete the challenge. If it's a 5-day or 7-day, not a 30-day. If it's 30 days, even less. But it's a 5 or 7-day or 3-day challenge. Half the people will probably complete the challenge. And of that, you're probably going to get 10 or 20% to sign up if you're good. If you're good, 10% will sign up. So 50 customers. You got 50 new customers. Let's say that they're at $1,000 each. You just made $50,000. Well, guess what? That's amazing, especially if you actually are profitable, because we're just making up examples and numbers right now. But let's say you made 50 grand. You have only 50 customers. 950 people did not buy. Those 950 people could be worth $200,000 to you over the next year. But if you, like most people, go, I got my 50 customers. I'm only going to focus on taking care of them. That 950 that didn't buy from me are trash. They're gone. They didn't buy from me. I just gave them everything I've got for 7 days and they didn't buy from me. They're trash. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that I made early on, is thinking that these are my customers. They signed up. I love them. I'm going to take care of them. The 950 people, I just gave you everything I've got for 7 days. Clearly nothing's going to change your mind. Wrong. It was the wrong time. They weren't ready. They needed to wait till they got their paycheck. Whatever it may be, there's always a reason those 950 people didn't buy. I bet you can end up making $250,000 to $500,000 off those people over 1 year.
Yeah.
But you got to sell them 20 other products from affiliates. And then you go find those affiliates and promote their stuff. And if you promote those people's stuff, their challenge, their webinar, their product, their phone call for a high ticket offer, and you say, look, I'll promote you, but then you got to promote my next challenge. And so now you've got 950 people, and you can promote to those 950 people 20 other products over the year. And those 20 people will probably promote you back, because it's like I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. I'll promote you, you promote me. So now you have a little list of 950 people. Promote 20 products, one product every 14 days to those people. And they'll usually give you the images and the emails and your tracking link to be able to track sales and revenue and get your commission. And then those 20 people promote your next challenge, and they send you another 2,000 people. So now you have 2,000 people in your list. Now you have 3,000 people on your list, because you got 1,000 from the last launch and 2,000 from the next launch. And now you have 3,000 people, and you get 100 sales on your next launch. And you just keep rinsing and repeating this. And before you know it, you're like me, and I have 283,000 people on my list, almost 300,000 people. And I've been doing this for 10 years, exactly the way I just broke it down for you. That's and you just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And before you know it, you're exactly where you wanted to be, or you wildly surpassed what you thought was possible.
Like, I completely love what you just mentioned. This is exactly how we scaled Mindvalley when I was the chief marketing officer there.
Love it.
Like as you were saying before, it's just about adding zeros. Like when I took over, we were having about $25 million in revenues and spending very little on advertising, like $200-300K, because it wasn't working. But being able to make back the money in 30 days and being able to optimize the funnels, grow and promote different offers and spending tons of money on advertising made sense. That at the end, when I left, we were making $75 million and spending $2 million, $2.5 million every single month.
There you go. So $30 million in advertising to make $75 million. Plus you have office and employees and insurance and all the other stuff. So it's like, maybe on 75 million, you're spending 30 just on advertising. So almost like 40% or more of the revenue is on advertising. And then you've got all the other things I just listed. So maybe Mindvalley is like EBITDA 10 million or 15 million. So EBITDA earnings before interest, tax, and amortization. So it's like great business model, right? It's like but people have to understand the numbers. They spend 60 million to make 75. So they net 10 or 15. I'm just making those numbers up, but that's probably pretty accurate because I know this business industry. But it's incredible. It's just, that's the game. But most people in this industry at the small level, they try to make, instead of 75 million, they try to make 75,000 and have it be 100% net. Mm-hmm. I make 75,000. What was your expenses? 0. And I go,
no, that's literally.
You're always going to be at 75,000 because you don't understand. Like, if you want to make, everyone who's doing 100 million spends 80 million.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you make 100 grand, they don't spend anything. And it's like, yo, your margins are 100% right now. But if you want to get to 1 million or 10 million or 100 million, your margins get thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And people don't get that. Like Disney does $5 billion in revenue. Or something. No, it was like, I'm making up the numbers, but this was pretty accurate. It was like they do like 100 billion in revenue, and only like 5 billion of it is net. So they spend $95 billion to make 100 billion to net 5. But 5 billion is insane. But when you hear they do $100 billion, but they only net 5%, that sounds terrible. So it's no different for people watching this. You have to understand that if you want to grow and you want to grow fast and you want to do big, big, big numbers, your 100% or 90% profit margin you have now is going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. Just as overhead, marketing, teams, office, and all the paying celebrities, whatever it may be, paying affiliates, because affiliates, depending on what you're selling, usually want 20, 30, 40, 50%, and that eats into your margin as well. But this is all great stuff because people need to know this. They need to have an awareness of this as they want to grow. If you just offer affiliates, take 80% of the revenue. This is what I used to do back in the day too. I'd say to affiliates, everybody offers 40% commission. I'll offer 80%. I'll double it because I knew that if I could get you to promote my challenge, that I would get a bunch of leads. And I knew that even though I'd only make 20% on the sale, I knew that
You
if
will make it later. Yeah.
I would make it over time. And that's one of the ways that I got so many people to promote me early on. Now I'm obviously one of the biggest affiliates in the game after working my butt off for 10 years. But early on, I was like, God, nobody will promote me. What if I offer double the commission that everybody's offering? In some cases, I've seen people offer 100% commission because as an affiliate myself, do I want to promote somebody who's offering 40% or 80%?
Obviously, Eddie.
I'm going to make double the money. And so obviously there's other variables at play here, but at a simple comparison, double the commission, it sounds pretty good. And so you could just get crazy and be like, I'm going to try that. I'm going to offer 80% commission where the 20% that I make just offsets some of my expenses. So I kind of like break even, but I got 5,000 people into my challenge. And then I'm going to email those 5,000 people my one-on-one coaching or my high ticket offer or affiliate offers. You just got to think creative, guys. It's all about being resourceful. I hate to say the cliche thing, but like a successful entrepreneur is not who has the most resources. It's who's the most resourceful. And by being resourceful, it's doing these creative strategies and understanding business is a game of numbers. And when you know how to manipulate the numbers to your favor, like I'll offer affiliates 100% commission, but don't I make no money? Yes, you don't make any money in the first 30 days, but you'll get rich over the next 1 or 2 years. And nobody will probably promote you right now if you have no data, no numbers, no challenges, no history, no brand, no reputation. But if you offer 80% or 100% commission, they'll probably take a shot. And so get creative, get resourceful, and play the long game. That's the ultimate thing for people to understand.
Awesome. Mark, this was incredible. And I think that we all learned so much from this interview and all the wisdom that you shared. And as you know, in this challenge, we're actually promoting our own coaching program that's named 6 Figure Challenges, where we help course creators to make 6 figures in 6 months, or they get their money back. So we're pretty proud of this program. We believe is one of the best in the industry. And so we always close this interview with one question. It's like, why course creators should become 6 Figure Challengers?
So, I mean, I've been in the course game for a long time, creating online digital programs and courses. I think it's an amazing way to serve more people at an affordable level, because just selling your time as a one-on-one coach or selling your time as a one-on-one consultant, it's great. And it usually brings in a lot of revenue because you're charging more money for it, but it's not scalable. And if you really have a purpose and a mission to serve more people, add more value, and impact a larger amount of people, you just can't do it one-on-one. You have to do it through something that's more scalable, that's more digital. And that's why courses and digital programs are so powerful and amazing. And I can't recommend highly enough that if you're a coach or a consultant, or you have knowledge and you want to get it out to more people, group coaching and digital courses and programs that are pre-recorded and people can watch them at any time are absolutely amazing ways to do that. But there's so many ways to do the business of that. There's challenges, there's quiz funnels, there's webinars, there's video sales letters, there's over the phone. There's just so many ways that you could sell courses and digital programs. But one of the things that I love about challenges specifically, and why I think that what you guys are learning here and everything that you're going to learn more inside of the program, is that challenges is really such an incredible way to give people a micro experience of your course. Almost as if, like we were just talking about, to kind of recap everything for you, is like, if your course is going to take somebody over, maybe it's a 30-day program, or it's an 8-week program, or a 12-week coaching program and course, you want to basically take that course and that promised outcome of 6 figures in 6 months, and you want to condense it down. And this is basically, I'm sure exactly what you're doing is like you have your six figures in 6 months, and you have all these different modules, and maybe it's broken into like 6 or 12 different modules or core components that you break down, and inside those have a bunch of modules. You're going to take that and you're going to condense that down. You're going to create a challenge around it. And so it's like a miniature version of guiding people through the course. And so when people then go from the challenge into the course, it seems like such a natural progression. And so that's what your marketing should be, guys. Your marketing should feel like a natural progression from you making them feel understood, then getting their trust, which only happens after making them feel understood. If you understand psychology, first you build rapport and make them feel understood. Then you can start to establish trust and authority and expertise. And that's through education and helping people and showing case studies that you've helped other people, not just yourself, and giving them steps on how they can achieve the outcome. And then ultimately making an invitation for them to continue working with you, because let's be honest, nobody creates a 6-figure business or blueprint within just 1 week. You need to have continual confirmation, access, and help putting it all together. You need to put a cap on that free information you got. And the best way to do that is to continue inside the program. And so a challenge is one of the most beautiful ways to do this. I love webinars and challenges. Mm-hmm. A webinar is like maybe a 1 to 2 hour version of a challenge. But I got to be honest, it's much more difficult for you as a regular person. I'm a regular person too. But it's much more difficult for you to create a webinar in 1 or 2 hours to take a total stranger and within 1 or 2 hours get them to say, here's my money. But it's much easier to do that in a 3 or 5 day or 7 day challenge where they show up every single day and get to feel more understood. They get to better understand the process. You get to establish more trust and rapport with them. And you have more time to really maybe bring on other people that you've already helped if you have case studies, or bring on case studies of people that are literally getting results in the challenge. You may not have any testimonies yet, but you go and you say, hey, Johnny's only been doing this for 3 days, just like you, and he's already got results. I'm bringing Johnny on to talk about what he did in 3 days because we're on day 3 of the challenge. So that's another great thing is you have the time horizon to create case studies in the moment and have them jump on. And it's like, if I had to sell you guys in 1 hour versus if I had a whole week retreat and seminar to hang out with you guys, like this is just one hour with you guys in 1 day. If me and Alessio kept showing up here every single day, you know what I'm saying? Like you would feel like, wow, you guys really took care of me. You really handholded me. You really made me feel taken care of. And of course I want to keep going with you. And that's what you can do in your challenge. And that's why a challenge going into a digital course or group coaching model, which then can take people to a higher ticket offer, is such a beautiful, what we call in this industry, an ascension. Yeah, you're taking people from free challenge, free content, and ascending them up to a digital program. And then from there, you can take them up to like hands-on, done-for-you workshop or a mastermind or one-on-one coaching. That ascension is so beautiful. And that's why I'm such a big advocate of challenges and why I was honored to come on here and hopefully inspire and share some things with you guys today, because challenges are just such a great way to serve people and impact people and bring them into your courses.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for this, Mark. It was incredible. And guys, if you want to join the 6-Figure Challenge program, just click the link below and then we'll see each other at the next interview. For this incredible interview with one person that I've known for now 2-3 years, and I've been incredibly amazed by her. She's one of the most amazing women in marketing. I absolutely adore her and love working with her. And she goes by the nickname of the Prepared Performer. So if you didn't discover yet who she is, then she's Molly Mahoney. She's one of the biggest experts, I would say, online around everything regarding organic social media marketing. So she helps people to get clients online without super complicated funnels for advertising. And she's a great expert at anything that regards organic social media marketing. She's great at live videos. She's great at Facebook and creating a great community. She's been hitting incredible numbers. One of her videos got over 39 million views completely organically. So she's definitely a master on social media. And today, we'll be talking about how you can use social media and how you can use your own brand on the different socials in order to bring people in your challenge. So I'm incredibly excited, and without further ado, let's welcome here Molly. Hey Molly, how are you doing?
Hi, I am so looking forward to chatting with you. I feel so honored that we've met in real life also.
Yes, we did.
So I should have brought my selfie. I should frame it. I don't know. But I'm really grateful to be here with you. And I love challenges, so I'm really excited about it.
Absolutely. So Molly, why don't we start talking a bit about your story? Why are you the prepared performer, and how do you actually help people?
Yeah, so the Prepared Performer actually started because I was a professional musical theater performer in New York. I did cruise ships. I don't talk about it all that often, but I sang and danced in Vegas. It was very family friendly, but I had it in Vegas too. And that was many, many years ago. And so I was a musical theater performer. And while I was on tour with Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, do you know that movie?
No, I don't.
It's okay. It's like it's about a flying car. And while I was on tour with that show, we got engaged, and we decided that we didn't want to live the crazy life on the road again. We wanted to have kids and all that kind of stuff. So my bass playing husband and I packed up everything, moved out to California, and launched our 2 children, who are now 11 and 8 years old.
Best launch ever, I would say.
Yes, exactly. And it's like it's an evergreen launch that's continuing. Totally. And from there, I actually started a business to be able to help other performers to be able to build a career like I had. So like if you Google tap dance terminology, I'm still the #1 or #2 search result, which I think is so weird and so awesome. And has nothing to do with what I do now, but I leave it there just to like flex a little bit.
It's a bit of a brag, right? Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's like silly and weird. But, so we did all of this content for performers, helping them to show up online, helping them to really build their own separate business that they could use while they were, pursuing their performance career. And when Facebook Live came out in 2016, I realized I had a much better opportunity if I flip-flopped what I was doing. So instead of teaching performers how to have a business, I started teaching business owners how to perform. And that was a much better idea for me at the time. The audience was much more open to what I had to say. And within 3 months of launching this new program called Camera Confidence, we did $50,000 in sales in just those first 3 months. So it was pretty awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And you said you were talking about Facebook Live and how that changed a lot of what you were doing. A huge part of your expertise is there. And I remember I've been learning so much about Facebook Live from you, right? And, so I'm very curious because obviously we all know that there has been an evolution, and then there has been a very hot time for Facebook Live back in 2016, 17.
True.
And right now, obviously, a lot of people are still using other type of lives. So yeah, I'm very curious about that. What has been your evolution there from a live perspective?
Yeah. So at the time, what I really love to do is to jump, kind of like Jay Abraham says, like develop preeminence in the field. You jump on a trend when it's happening. So we've done this with live video, with messenger bots, with things like chat, AI chat and stuff like that. We've had a program on chat, on AI copywriting for about 2 years now. And so having this early adopter kind of energy has allowed us to be a little sloppy with things, to figure it out as we go, and to teach others how to do it. And so in 2016, Facebook Live was so awesome because all you had to do was turn on the live video. Not very many people were doing it, and it was like loads of numbers, right? So that's when we had our first video hit a reach of 1 million. And it was really this combination between going live and then the way that we announced that the video was coming. So it was bringing in other platforms and other ways of talking to people and bringing them to that live video, and then a follow-up process after that.
Nice.
Well, whether it's fortunate or not, the ease of organic reach with live video has kind of gone in the tank.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Which is actually cool because it means there's an opportunity for us to be strategic about it. So in September of 2021, I wrote a post with a headline that said, "Live video is dead. which I didn't actually fully believe, but that was the tone that the world, in our space really had.
Yeah.
And so I said, live video is dead. Well, not completely, but the way that you use it has changed. And so I went into these 8 things that we need to do with live video. And that post currently, even though I wrote it in 2021, it has over 1,000 comments, and I still get new comments on that post literally every single week, which
Wow.
kind of blows my mind. But it was proof that a lot of people are struggling with their live videos. Clearly, just so everyone knows, I am having a hard time with my hands and hitting my mic today because I talk with my hands.
Because you are so excited to have this interview, and it's normal that I get it.
I can't contain myself. So it proved to me that this is really something that people were struggling with. And what we decided to do was really dig in and figure out what is the way to make video effective. And I did some research and I found a study that said, this is wild. I found a study that said something like 67% of people say that video success is determined by the video's engagement. So whether people are commenting or liking. Now, that is success, but it's not success. It's a little indicator that things are working. The thing that was the craziest to me is that down that little graph, only 27% of business owners said that sales were a sign of success with a video. And I was like, what? So I realized there was this huge opportunity because we've had members of we have a program called GLAM, which stands for Go Live and Monetize. Sometimes we call it Go Live and Monetize, like go live your life and monetize. But one of our members, Sean Quintero, who I don't know if you know, Sean Q, he did a video, had a live video. No one showed up live because we know these algorithms and all this are kind of kooky these days, but he stuck with it. He handled the video in a way as if people were there. So he pretended that people were there, even though that they weren't. And then he sent the video replay out to his community. And that same day, someone paid him $10,000 in full because they watched a replay of the video. And I was like, this is my point. It's not necessarily like what happens while the video's live, even though I love having people with us live and it's like super fun and we can get lots of real great momentum that way. Sometimes actually what happens in the replay can be just as powerful or in some cases even more powerful. Yeah. So we switched everything kind of on its head and we really started focusing on what we're doing around the video in addition to what we're doing in the actual video.
Oh, I love it. I think that this is so important because so many times, and this is something that I'm seeing a lot with new coaches, therapists, healers, everyone that say, you know what, I want to go online, I'm going to start my Instagram, and then they start even doing a good job, and they do it for a month, and then their engagement is like not that great, and then they're like, it doesn't bring sales for my business, or it doesn't work in the way in which I want, I give up.
Yes.
Because consistency is everything in that. But as you say, it's like
the long haul, like sticking, not just for a month. I totally agree.
Exactly. And I love your concept of not just focusing on the video itself, which obviously is important, but on everything around the video. So what do you mean by that? How can we focus on things around the video?
Well, one perfect example is I had a member named Ebony who was on a call. She's an amazing health coach. And she said, I'm just stressing out about my video sales letter, which for those of you that don't know is often referred to as a VSL. It's like a mini webinar, like a mini challenge. And she said, I'm really stressing about it. I feel like it has to be perfect before I put it out there. And I said, stop it. Pull up your Facebook right now. Before you even finish recording the video, I want you to write this post. She wrote an 18-word post, okay? It was, if I were to record a video about how I lost 17 pounds by eating more, would you be interested? ? And that's all she said. She had like maybe 15, 20 comments. Now, some of those were friends and family. Some of them were people who were actually interested. And within 3 days, she brought in a high ticket sale before she finished the video.
When you have a strong story, when you have a strong hook, that's what can happen, right?
And then she did go on to finish the video, but she took those people who were interested and moved them into conversation and said, the video's not ready yet, but can I find out, like, what are your goals? And she just started a regular human sales conversation And it doesn't have to be like a sales conversation, but a human conversation to see how she can help people. And so that's one of the things is creating these posts that are text-based only. They encourage engagement and they let people know that a training or a video is coming. We call them a ladder post. So it's like you ask people to comment below, then you reply to the comment, and then you send a message, and it creates this ladder effect.
Absolutely. I love this because it's just so obvious and simple. It's like how people have been selling since the beginning of times. They've been talking, conversation, right? And there was this case study that I met this person last year, and he's one of the typical gym bros, right?
Okay.
So he has an Instagram account and is, the classic guy, like very muscular and stuff. And he has a $1 million business off of his Instagram account. And the only thing he does is that he posts picture of him training during on the field. And on
Which
the
he's
stories-
already doing anyway.
Which he's already doing anyway. And on the stories, he say, oh, I'm helping other people get in the same shape of me. This is the example of this person before and after. If you want to have the same transformation, DM me. That's it. Like, that's his funnel. EDM,
Okay.
close 5K, 10K products, just on DM, just working exactly on that. To me, it's
And
like,
most people are afraid to put that type of a call to action out there, or they're afraid to reply back to people. And so then they spend, I would love to know your thoughts on this, because I think what happens is people's fear about having actual conversations makes them think, like someone was just saying to me recently, well, I couldn't make offers because I had to build a website. No,
no,
like you really don't actually. You can talk to a human being, find out what their problems are, and then say, oh, I can help you. And then they can say, great, how much? And then you tell them, and then you send them a carrier
Stripe link.
pigeon.
That's
Exactly.
it. Yeah, that's it. And that's it, right? It's like,
Yeah.
it was incredible to me that obviously I built a lot of funnels, and I believe that obviously if you can take these and scale it, you can go to at the absolute next level. But there is also the thing that sometimes it can be simple, and
Sure.
it can be about having that kind of conversation and working out in that way. And I think that what we're teaching when we do a challenge is that the challenge is an incredible spark to create a community.
Ooh.
But community to me is the place where the conversation happens.
Yeah.
It's not just a group where I go live and hey, everyone buy me, and that's it. Like it's exactly the point in which people get in love with you. You start the conversation, you keep on talking, you keep on creating, you do all these things, and then all the sales will happen on this parallel conversation. And for sure, there is someone that buy through your email or through a link that you put in a Facebook group, but other people buy in a completely different way. And catering to all those different type of people, it's key to success, right?
Yeah, and that's the real thing, I think, is meeting people where they're at, both in the mechanism that you're using. So like at the end of a challenge, I don't know your thoughts on this, but you can offer a link to actually purchase. You can offer a link to an application. You can offer the ability to hop on a call. You can say, drop the word info below if you want more information. Like there's all these different mechanisms that we can use to bring in that conversion. So we meet them where they're at. And then the other thing is with their belief system, making sure that in our messaging, we're meeting them where they're at as well, so that we guide them through a process to get them to the place where they actually believe what they need to believe in order to buy.
No, and that's exactly the thing. It's like, I always say that the challenge is a journey. And it's a journey when you bring people from A to B, and you do that uncovering the limiting belief and making sure that they take step by step, that you handle them and you do all these things. And in 5 days, 20 days, whatever is your challenge, you make a change to that. Yeah. And once this change actually happen, then they will be like, hey, you know what? B is cool, but I want to go to C.
Yeah.
And since you brought me there, can you bring me to C as well? And that's what a sales is. That's it, right? It's as simple as that. And to me, that's the craziness, the beauty of this program, because it's the only one in which I see that people can actually learn through a funnel, build a community, build that kind of relationship with fun. That's why I love challenges so much.
Yeah. And you know what you just said about the ABC thing is so important, because a lot of people, they really want to put so much value into the challenge that then they actually end up overwhelming the community. And I just want to highlight, I love that you say community, not audience, because that's exactly like a rule in our community that we say community and not audience. So I love that. Or list, right? We say community, our email community. So they overwhelm people by trying with good intention. And I am so prone to this. With good intention, by giving so much value, they feel full and they feel that they don't need any more support. And then they go out and they try to do it on their own and they fall flat because they were misguided. And so we have started calling this the Goldilocks method. You know the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears?
No?
Do you know that? Okay, so I don't know where the story comes from, but it's basically this girl, Goldilocks, goes into a house, and the house is actually owned by three bears. But she goes into the house and she sees some chairs, and I'm probably butchering the actual story, but she sees chairs around a table and she sits at the first chair and she's like, oh, this chair is too big. You know, it's uncomfortable, it's too big. And then she goes to sit on the small chair, she sits on it and it breaks. And then she's like, oh no, this is too small. And then she finds the middle chair and she says, ah, this is just right. And so she proceeds to do this through the whole entire house with the porridge is too hot, too cold. There's one that's just right. And then she goes to the beds and there's one that's too soft, too hard. And then there's one that's just right. And then the bears come home and they find her sleeping in the bed, and it's a whole big story. So we talk about this with your marketing messaging and with your products also, because if you say, for example, join this challenge where you'll learn everything you need to know about organic social media, people will think that they're going to get everything. But what you want to do is give them, you're going to learn all you need to know as you get started, like to get started with social media. So it's the amount of information that's just right.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I completely love and agree with that. If it's possible, I always try to say to link it to an outcome, right? Like the thing that I always say is like, if you want to, like as an example, camera confidence you were mentioning before, maybe the goal is do your first successful live and be proud of what you do. That's a great goal for a challenge, right?
Yeah.
And if you can tie it to outcome and something that will be sort of, I always say that it needs to be believable, simple, and stretched.
And what was the last one?
Stretched.
Oh, yeah.
So in the sense that believable that, okay, I can do it, not something that you tell me, become an influencer in 5 days. Simple, that's something that, okay, it's very easy, go live in 5 days, something like that. And stretched, that's something like, I know I can do it, but alone, I won't be able to do it.
Yep.
But if I have a challenge and someone that guide me and teach me and show me the entire way, I can do it. And that to me is the magic. Once you have that kind of promise, 80% of your challenge is done. It's really the key to make sure that you create something incredible.
I love it. And when it's something that's really tangible, like what you said, you know, do your first live video, whatever, like that kind of thing, where it's actually tangible, that they can check it off. It's not some esoteric, like feel more, whatever, I don't know, but it's something that's tangible, that's measurable, I think is actually even more effective. I like it.
That's beautiful. Cool. So we were talking before starting that you've done a lot of challenges and have a lot of different experiences. Why don't you tell us your experiences with challenges and what you've been learning by doing them? I know you were mentioning some incredible stories before.
Yeah, so we've done a few different challenges. We used to do this Go Live with Confidence, speaking of the confidence on camera challenge. And then we switched it to a kickstart. So we called it a 5-day video kickstart, just to kind of make it sound a little different. It was a challenge. And then we also did this thing that I call a spaghetti launch, which was a 3-day challenge in a pop-up Facebook group, teaching people how to repurpose. And we actually did that in partnership with a tool that helped people to repurpose their videos. And that was really cool because the tool like sponsored it basically. And then while we were in the middle of that 3-day challenge, it was this, like I said, a repurposing challenge. Everybody was saying how much they loved the information. And at the end of day 2, I said, you know, is this something that maybe you would actually want to buy the replay of, or maybe have me put together a mini course on this? So I did that while I was live, and everyone was like, yes, 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 yes. And I said, very much speaking to the fact that you don't need a fancy sales page, I said, great, for those of you that are here with us live on today, I'll sell it to you for $27. And I used a paypal.me link. So I just did paypal.me/27. And I said, you can only get it for 27 if you buy while we're live. If you try and use this link, later today, I'm not giving you access. It was very messy. I had to go back behind the scenes and actually give everyone access.
While doing the live, I can imagine.
Totally. I had nothing done though. I was only on day 2 of the challenge. So I told them they were going to get access to the replay forever. I would get it up within the next couple of days. And I love selling things on the fly like that because it really releases the pressure of it needing to be perfect because they know you haven't built it yet. Right. And then I went and made a sales page and created a full course that went with it later. So that was a really cool one. And then the other thing that I was telling you earlier, probably the craziest challenge experience we had was in February of 2022. It was wild. So we had about 700 people registered for the challenge, which is a really good number for us. So we had about 700 people registered, and I was so prepared. I mean, I was calm and collected. And that's when I know that I'm calm and collected, that's the sign that something's about to happen. So I get to my screen, I'm using BeLive to go live. And thank goodness someone on the team at BeLive had realized there was a problem. And they put a warning label on the top of the screen that said, warning, Facebook is down. You will not be able to do live videos today. And I was like, ugh. No, I had sent out all these emails. I mean, it was literally 2 minutes before I was supposed to hit the button. Because of this tip that I'm going to share with you, I was able to remain totally calm and collected. I messaged my team. I was like, great, Facebook is broken. We're moving everyone to YouTube. So here's what I did that made this so powerful. I used a forwarding link. So first of all, have you ever had this happen where you're about to go live and it totally breaks?
Funny enough, in the same day last year, I had a client that was doing a challenge and it happened the same thing. So I'm very curious to see how you solve it.
Okay, because it could have been a disaster. It ended up being the best thing ever because everyone was like, oh my gosh, how did you do this? It was like, someone even wrote in the comments, I'm convinced that you somehow made Facebook go down just so you could prove your point. So what I did is, because I've had some issues like this in the past where tech has broken or things have gone weird, I always use a forwarding link for our videos. So if you wanted to see a video on how to get $10,000 without any funnels, you can go to molly.live/10K. It will take you to a Facebook Live. I have all these little forwarding links that I remember in my brain. When we do our challenges, we always use the preparedformer.com/video1/video2/video3 for the 4 or 5 videos that we do throughout the challenge. So when I emailed my list, my community, caught myself. When I emailed my email community, I didn't send them to the Facebook link. I sent them to a forwarding link that was going to the Facebook link, like a redirect.
Yeah.
So when Facebook broke, all I had to do, I didn't have to reschedule any, I already had all my emails written, right? I didn't have to redo any of that. I just went into I use Rebrandly. I went into Rebrandly and I updated the forwarding to send them to YouTube. So it took, 10 minutes or whatever for us to talk about it as a team and get it refocused over there. We moved the entire challenge to YouTube. We did all the videos on YouTube. We even used the YouTube community feature, which people don't even know exists. Yeah. Instead of our Facebook group for the homework and all of that, we decided to just commit, even though Facebook came back the next day. We kept everything over on YouTube. Now, I had not really been focusing on my YouTube very much, and it was amazing what it did for my stats. I mean, the analytics were like, it was like, it was super cool. And what also ended up happening in the middle of that is this was the same exact time, just by chance, that my video that ended up hitting a reach of 39 million started to go viral. So in the middle of the challenge, I have goosebumps talking about it because I was literally freaking out. It was the video I think hit 7 or 8 million while the challenge was happening, which had never happened for me before.
Yeah.
And so what I realized was, and this was actually one of our members, Kimiko, came up with this metaphor, is that what I had created was this party bus. So rather than saying you have to meet us at the the rave location or the underground like speakeasy. Come meet me on the party bus, and then I'll take you to all the cool places that we're going to go to. And anytime something happened on a different social media platform, everybody knew they needed to pay attention to our emails because we were going to bop them to another one. So we just started bringing people to all these different locations to meet us. And then each time that we went to a different platform, we'd scoop more people up along the way and bring them with us to the other platform.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love it because this show, first of all, how prepared you are, in the sense that once you're prepared, once you are ready, no matter what happens, you can react, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second one that I completely love about this story is the fact that you build in public. Like, you don't have any fear of saying, oh my God, camera went down, right? It's fine. It went down. It's part of the game. You know, sometimes it happens. You solve it in this way, and now we're back live. And you, whatever will happen, you'll always be able to do it because your attitude isn't, I'm perfect. I need to be the most perfect ever. It needs to be exactly, we're doing this live, we're doing this in this way. And you create it in a way that it makes you so much more authentic to your community.
Yes.
This is what people really want and people really love on this. And I totally believe you're one of the most authentic person I've ever met.
Great. So right before we started recording, I was talking to Alicio, and I somehow, like I said, I was excited. I hit my microphone. The whole table basically flipped over. I mean, it was like such a disaster. But anytime things like that happen, I know that that means it's going to knock me out of feeling like I need to be poised. And I've learned that when things go wrong, it's something that I can really celebrate. I see problems as a possibility. And for me, it's been this gift when things go wrong, because it allows me to react and show that authenticity, which sometimes is hard, not sometimes, is always hard to fake, right? Then it's not authentic. So
yeah. Love it completely. Awesome. So you were mentioning before that in your challenges you had about 700 people coming in. What has been your favorite channels or tactics to bring in people to the challenge, and how you've been using social media for it?
Yeah. So I'd say my favorite and easiest way is through the ladder posts that I talked about earlier. So creating at least 4 posts like that meet people where they're at in their, we call it your tree of beliefs. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I think actually Rich maybe is the one who first talked about this as a concept, Rich Sheffrin. And I remember talking to him about it, and he was like, oh, tell me more. And I was like, I think I learned this from you. But it's this concept of what we call a tree of beliefs. So you're planting these seeds that grow into a full tree where they are ready to say yes to you. And the things that you want to cover are why me, meaning why the client or customer or community member would want to pay attention to this challenge at all. Why, and really quickly, sometimes the why me belief has nothing to do with the actual challenge. Like if you're doing a challenge on how to do challenges, they may not even know challenges exist. So really the why me belief may be like, I'm overwhelmed and not seeing my family because I'm trying so hard to build my business.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you've dropped the little seed of the why this, which is, did you know that challenges are an easy way to simplify things and connect with more people? Right. And so then the why this is why the mechanism or why the type of offer that you have. Then why you, which is why the human being. So why Alessio, obviously, because you're awesome. But like there's all kinds of things that are woven into who you are as a human and your expertise and your experience and all of that, right? So that's the why you. And then why now is something that's really cool because we can play off of literally what's happening today. So a why now belief. And once we have, and then there's one more, actually, a 5th one, which is why not. And that's the reasons that they would say no. So that's the objections to purchasing from you. And when you have posts with a comment call to action, you're able to inspire more organic reach. You're able to inspire more conversations and build that momentum toward your challenge. And that I would say is the easiest way to do it. I've got like 5 million other, but that's the easiest way to get it started.
Yeah, I love it because I remember when I was in Man Valley, we were always having this thing that we were calling, what's our story? What's our storyboarding for the launch? And it was going with something like that, looking at all these different things and having something in which you want to show, specifically why their belief can be changed. We're calling that the paradigm shift. And I love it because a lot of the things that you were just mentioning were just, I think that they're just so universal principles that everyone will use whenever they want to attract people. But it's so simple, right? Everyone can simply do it. They can write those posts in 40 minutes. And it's
well,
as
in
simple as
any
that.
format, because you can do it as a written post, you can do it as a TikTok video, you can do it as an Instagram reel, you can do it as a story, you can do it in an email. Like, there are things that I love to create things once and then use them multiple times. So having those core beliefs is what we always come back to. And so I love it.
I love it. That's great. Awesome. So let's say you are an expert at being confident in front of camera, at going live. And obviously, a challenge is a lot about going live, right? And it's a lot about showing up in a real way, as we just talked about. What advice would you give to someone that is kind of afraid of that? It's kind of afraid of hitting that live button and say, okay, I'm teaching a challenge.
Okay. I have to run grab something because I don't think I have it right here. So 1 second, I'm just running back right here. I'm going to grab 2 things, actually. I have props. Okay. Okay, props. So the first thing is what you're going to do. Take your hands like this. Can you take your hands like this? And this is something I used when I was coaching musical theater performers, people who had like Broadway credits and still struggled with their confidence. So if this is something that comes up for you, you are normal and you are a human being. Congratulations. Okay, so put your hands like this. And all of the benefits, all of the goodness that you're going to provide in this challenge, all of the benefits that you offer in your business, you put them inside this ball. You got them in there?
Mm-hmm. They're all there.
Have we done this before?
No.
Okay, I'm excited. Okay, you're going to put them all in here. And then you're going to throw them up in the air like this. Whoosh. Perfect. Okay, now, if you're watching this, wherever you're watching this, I hope you did it with us because that visceral thing helps you to make this real. So now all of our business benefits are floating up above us, just like in the movie Willy Wonka, where Mike B gets taken into the Wonka vision or whatever, and he's floating in the sky. They're all pixelated up there. And what are you left with?
Myself?
Yes. A lot of people say nothing, which I'm like, no. So you're left with you, which is both the most amazing and the most terrifying thing ever, literally. So I developed an exercise called the quesadilla of awesome. And sometimes people don't know what a quesadilla is. They think I say something different. So I know.
I definitely know what's a quesadilla.
I'm like always surprised. I'm like, what? So, right, like a quesadilla, it's tortillas and cheese. However, you can put whatever you want into a quesadilla. It doesn't have to be just cheese. I like to put Brussels sprouts in my quesadillas, like whatever you want to do. Okay, like feta and goat cheese. I don't know. Okay, so you can have whatever you want in your quesadilla. And that's what makes us unique. That's what makes you authentic, is when you actually figure out what it is that makes you you. And so sometimes people, I give this exercise, which is to write 20 things that make you a uniquely awesome human. And I've had people with like $3 million businesses who don't know what to write on this list. So I made a little acronym. The acronym is the word SAVE, which in English is usually spelled with 4 letters, but in Malish, it's spelled with 5 because I can't spell. So it's SAAVE. And the things that we're going to cover on this list are your skill sets, so the things that you're naturally gifted at, your appearance. And that is like, for me, when I wear big earrings, it makes me feel more confident. When I, put fresh purple and blue in my hair, it makes me feel more confident, right? So it's for our own gremlins, not for what anybody else thinks about the way we look. It's what we think about the way we look. Then your activities. So like, what activities do you enjoy?
I love playing football, going to the gym, watching Netflix. Yeah.
Okay. So those are things that you can talk to your community about. And also when you think about those things that you love, it fills you with a bubbly sense of who you are, right? So like whether it's knitting, crocheting, football, Netflix, or whatever, skydiving, it doesn't matter. That list of things is going to help you to feel more you. The next thing is your values. And so when you get really clear about your values, that's where you'll start to attract the people that you really want to be working with. So for us, I use the hashtag #StandForJoy because I stand for joy as a fierce form of activism. And some people can't handle how joyful we are around here, right? It may not be the right place for them. And then the final thing on the list is E stands for things you like to eat. And so I have this really cool trick, which is if you open up your personal Facebook profile and do this not on your business page, don't use any photos, just use text and write the words Brussels sprouts, yes or no. And if you write Brussels sprouts, yes or no, for whatever reason, it's like the most polarizing vegetable on the planet, and people will start commenting underneath it. So it's a really good way to open up the algorithm as well. And when you have this whole list together, what you have, you take your fingers like this. Do this part with me also. Take your fingers and go here. Okay. And you're going to think of that list, and then you're going to do this. And you're just going to, before you go live, you think about all those things that make you awesome. And it's going to help you to infuse that with your community. And so what I did was I took all those things and I put it into a children's book.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
Isn't that so cool? Called Finding My Awesome. And it's about a little girl that goes on a quest with her grandpa. So instead of a quesadilla of awesome, it's a quest of awesome. And she gets this magical cloak of all the things that make her awesome, and she gets to wrap it around herself, and it wards off any negative energy. And so we use this with kids, we use it with people before they do videos, with all, before you go into a first date. It's such an awesome activity that really helps you to be able to show up more like you, so that you can connect with the people that you want to connect with.
I love it.
Yay.
And and this is amazing. It's like, and sometimes being you, right? Being you and creating that entire thing in this way is super cool. And by the way, I'm very grateful you didn't use the pineapple on pizza example. I'm Italian, so that would be deeply hurting for me. So thank you so much for Brussels sprouts.
Oh, let's see. I have to show you what I have in here, because I opened up just right to the page. Can I show you what I do have in here, which may make you freak out?
Please.
Okay. She eats pasta with Brussels sprouts instead of meatballs.
Okay. Let me answer as a proper Italian will do. Like, what's that?
My husband is half Italian, so I know he deals with me also. but yeah, I needed to incorporate the Brussels sprouts, so I had to get them in there somewhere.
Needed to be somewhere, and I'm sorry, pasta, but it got you. Lovely. So let's close with one last question. You've done a few challenges. You have done. You work on this for a while. You have an incredible community, a very great success in deeply helping people. Why would you say everyone should have a challenge? And why would you say people should take this seriously, take it to the next level, and build a full-on challenge?
This answer may be a little surprising.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say, obviously, while you're here, you're learning that a challenge is a great way to be able to build community. It's a great way to bring in sales. It's a great way to build momentum. The thing that is most surprising to me about what comes out of implementing a challenge is the way that it grows you as a human. Because it forces you to really, even before you go live, it forces you to really think about your ideal client. It forces you to really document what are steps that would really be helpful for them. What wins can I give them? Like if you're doing a 5-day challenge, like 5 wins in a row. And by going through the simple process of doing a challenge every single day, going live, every single day, connecting with your community, processing that at night, the night before, the next day, and going to bed with all of that, there is so much that you're going to learn. So by the end of the challenge, you are actually a different human being. And then you get the chance to go out and do it again. So I just love the way that the whole experience has not only helped us to build our business, but it's really up-leveled me because of how I get to show up while I'm going through the process.
I love it. And that's probably one of the best question ever, best answer ever. Like I advocate a lot in our program, the 6-Figure Challenge, the fact that you do a challenge once the first time, but then to me, there is no point in doing a challenge once and just stopping it. To me, there is a point of keeping on redoing that challenge multiple times, changing it, change different angles, adjust it, improve it, maybe do a different type of challenge once you learn the model, but keep on doing it, keep on going, because as you say, it's all about improving. It's all about improving yourself. And the more you challenge yourself, and not just people that come in your own challenge, you will see exactly how you become a lot more clear about everything that you sell, everything, like who you target, what's happening. So that's beautiful. I absolutely love this answer. So thanks so much for this, Molly. And thanks so much for being here and being part of this interview and this challenge. It really means the world to me. You know how much I love you. I love your message. So thanks so much for it. Completely appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Perfect. And we continue with the next interview for the challenge. Super excited to be here today with our guest. Our guest is Igor Kheifets. Is an incredible marketer that I've been discovering lately. He's the inventor of e-farming. He is someone that is a genius at building email lists. He built an email list with over 4 million opt-ins for himself, and he generated over 20 million leads for his clients. He's someone that is been able to help so many people live a life free. They've been able to leave their job and actually create their own email list and monetizing it through his teachings. And I can't wait to bring him here today with you to see exactly how we can use these in order to create incredible challenges. So without further ado, let's bring it here. Igor. Hi, Igor. How are you doing?
Doing great, Alessio. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so excited. So first of all, why don't you tell your story? I was reading a lot about you, and I was seeing your story of how you were working in a job that you didn't like much, and now you were able to actually go out of that with this new method that you discovered and invented. So let's start from there.
Yeah, look, I grew up, I had a weird childhood because until about the age of 12, I lived in Ukraine and I was minding my own business. I was born to Jewish parents, and I was really no different from any other Ukrainian boy at the time. And then my parents, one day I was just out in the yard playing, and my mom called me in, and I went upstairs. We lived in one of these block buildings, you know, like 5 stories high, and every floor had 3 apartments, and there were 5 entrances. So kind of like not really a condo building the way people know it today, but you know, a Soviet block.
Soviet condo. Let's go.
Yeah, Soviet condo. So I went upstairs, and she's like, "Hey, here's some clothes. Put on some new clothes. We're leaving." It's like, where are we going? It's like, it's exciting, you know, we're going somewhere. Is it like a theme park? Are we going out? And she's like, no, we're going to Israel. Now, I knew what Israel was. And basically that was the day when my parents were getting ready to immigrate. All of a sudden, I'm noticing all of our friends and family are coming in to say goodbye. And I put in the new clothes, and I get outside, and there's like this big bus parked, which is weird. Like, you don't see that, you know, every day. But it's a huge, like a really, really big one, especially because I was a kid. So to me, every bus was a huge bus. And you know, all the kids are gathering around, all the adults are gathering around because it's a block, right? Soviet block, so everyone knows everyone, and it's like a neighborhood, and something's going on. And that was the day when we left to the airport, and a few hours later I was on the plane, and the next morning we landed in Israel. And then by about 5 or 6 a.m., we stepped out of the airport with Israeli passports. So that was kind of a pivotal moment for me, because life kind of went downhill from there for a while. My dad suffered a heart attack, another one. He already had 2 in Ukraine. He went into a double bypass. So he went on struggling to get any kind of work for many, many years to come, until the day I retired him and mom. At the same time, the language was difficult to learn because it's a right to left language, right? So most languages are left to right. Some languages are, you know, top to bottom, but this one is right to left. So Hebrew, Arabic languages are like that. And so it's a completely different thing. And the mentality was different too. So I really didn't fit into the Israeli culture. I got bullied a lot in school. I ended up asking my parents to send me to a military academy. It was kind of like I mean, they wanted to do it, but I was really happy for them to do it because the school system in Israel is a bit violent. Most people, over 80% of people, do not graduate high school with a GED or whatever it's called in the Western world. Basically, they don't have an education officially, right? Most people go enlist in the army because it's a mandatory service, and then come back after the army to complete their education, right? So it's a bit backwards. And so I went to the military academy, to the Air Force Academy for many years, for about 6 years, and then I enlisted in the Israeli army. And it was towards the graduation time when I came across the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, and it kind of opened my eyes as to the person you need to become in order to become rich. Because until then, I really thought I was on the right path. I really thought that the path is get good grades, go to school, and eventually someone will hire you. Maybe someone will promote you, right? But the reality was very different. People who got great grades, and graduated at the academy before me, I would meet them a couple of years down the line, and they were still miserable. They were still living with their parents. They were still trying to save up some money for a beat down used Seat Ibiza or some other, small hatchback like a Volkswagen Golf or something. So I was like looking at that. I was like, yeah, this doesn't seem like
the way, right?
No, it's these people are miserable. And ever since I was a kid, I understood that if you wanted to be somebody, you had to be rich. I kind of thought that was the case, and I never lost the passion for trying to figure out exactly how to do it. And eventually I did. It took me a few years, took me about 3.5 years, but it was through the concept of e-farming that I was able to finally rise up. And as a result, I bought my parents an apartment. I retired them. I gave them a monthly allowance. I was able to pay off some of my brother's debts. I was able to settle down, have a family of my own, eventually moved from Israel to Canada, which is to actually one of the most expensive places in Canada, in Toronto, which is the fourth or the third most expensive city in the world, and do a whole bunch of stuff in between. So I'm grateful to the internet, and I'm grateful to e-farming as well, for having this opportunity.
That's such a fantastic story. Wow, that's big. I'm sure that must have not been easy the entire journey, but now we are a little curious about e-farming then. So what's e-farming, and how did you use it for yourself to actually go out of the situation and achieve all this great achievement, like retiring your mom and dad? I guess that's probably one of the biggest dreams for most of all the people watching.
Yeah, a lot of people either do it for their parents or vice versa. They do it for their kids, because oftentimes when they're older and they look at how their kids are struggling the same way they're struggling, they're like, I need to do something to help. And I think it's one of the reasons why some people are a lot more motivated in their businesses than others, because they do it for someone else rather than doing it for themselves. I see the up and coming generation, the 18, 20, 22-year-olds, and they want to start a business to be free, to be able to travel, but it's just, I don't think that's enough. I don't think as a reason that's enough to start a business, because if you're doing it for someone else, you are so much more likely to go through the hardships and not give up, because you're going to have some hardships starting a business. But so the concept of e-farming, it's actually quite simple. It's E stands for email, and email farming is basically you being able to build these little email farms or large email farms that end up producing income for you in form of assets. Because when you have an email farm, you can use email marketing. You can just send out email blasts to your farm with offers, with proposals, with products, with recommendations. You don't even have to own products, by the way. You can actually use done for you products that pay you a huge commission, sometimes to the tune of $1,000. In fact, this week I'm running an email promotion to a product that's going to be paying me over $2,000 in commissions. So I just only need to make 10 sales to make 20 grand. and 20 grand would probably be enough to cover, I guess it's tragic, but in Toronto, probably 1 month of living expenses, because in between private schools and kindergartens and my Porsches and stuff like that. So my lifestyle is a bit more expensive than the average person's. But let's say we're not in Toronto. Let's say I'd live in New Brunswick or I don't know, like Buffalo or whatever. Like I would be able to get away with at least a few months worth of living expenses there. Right. In fact, most people in America today earn like 50 grand a year or 60 grand a year. I can sometimes make that in a week. Sometimes I can make that in a day. Just we're recording this early 2023 on New Year's Day, 2022, December 31st, 2022. I made 20 grand. I actually just shot a video about that to my followers. And on December 30th, I made 15. So just between those 2 days, I made more than I used to make, in 3 years of working jobs in Israel. So it's pretty crazy the kind of leverage you can have with e-farming, because, and this is the beauty of it that I really love so much, is that the amount of effort that it takes for you to send out an email blast to an e-farm that's, say, 1,000 email addresses big, versus the amount of effort it takes you to send out an email to an e-farm that's about, say, 10,000 email addresses big, is exactly the same effort. It's no different. You sit down or you stand up. I don't know, maybe you're doing it standing up, and you write an email and you place a link in the email to some kind of an offer that pays you a commission, and you send it. So whether you sent it to 1,000 email addresses or 10,000 doesn't matter, because you don't copy and paste each email separately like you would in your Gmail account, using a special email automation software that actually does all the copying for you. So you only write that email once. And if you're advanced, you can actually just get away with not writing that email at all. You can use something like ChatGPT these days or anything else. You can actually just copy and paste an email, because a lot of these done for you income streams, they give you emails to send out, right? So you just copy and paste an email into the software, and the software sends it out 10,000 times without you having to be there and clicking 10,000 times or copy and pasting 10,000 times. So that's why, from my e-farms, I can make money automatically, because the emails are going out automatically. And that's a true beauty, because that's how you create passive income. That's how you create leverage. That's how you can, over time, without having to work longer hours, to actually increase your income, right? Between 2015 and 2018, my income about tripled. I didn't work 3 times harder. I didn't figure out a way to be 3 times more productive. I pretty much did the exact same thing all these 3 years. I grew my e-farms and I mailed them. But the only difference is my e-farms grew 3 times. So having an e-farm that grown 3 times resulted in 3 times the income, while the effort that I was putting in was exactly the same, because many components of this whole process of e-farming are actually automated. So as a result, I see my wealth growing and growing and growing, my income growing, while everyone's like obsessed about inflation and the stock market going down and the crypto disappearing and whatnot, right? Oh, cost of living, or the price of yogurt went up by 50 cents. The price of gas went up by $1. Yeah, it's not pleasant, but honestly, I don't care. At this point, I'm so far ahead of inflation that even if my stock market investments went down 20% this year, honestly, I can sustain it. If my mortgage interest rate went up by a few notches and my mortgage payment went up $500, guess what? I can sustain it. I can create an extra $500 just by sending out an email. Yeah, probably more than that. Again, like the reason, for example, I made 20 grand on New Year's Day is because we just sent out a few emails about a promotion we were running. So, it's literally money you create out of thin air. And having this asset, an e-farm, is what allows you to do that. And once you have it, don't let go of it. Like once I figured out that anyone who's making big money online tends to have e-farms, because it truly is so. In fact, there's even celebrities who are doing it. In fact, US presidents are doing it as well. Barack Obama actually used e-farming extensively to generate donations for his campaigns. Him and Michelle Obama are still using it. to get donations for their foundations. There's people like The Rock, Hugh Jackman, Rihanna, Venus Williams. They have brands of all kinds, like whether it's skincare or clothing or whatever. I think The Rock is partnered up on the tequila brand. Hugh Jackman has the coffee brand. So they all use it in some way or another. They recognize the power of it. And I think one of the key reasons for that is because numbers don't lie. If you look into the different types of media out there, whether it's social media, video, email, web conferencing, whatever, you'll see that the actual dollar for dollar, if you run dollar for dollar comparisons between different types of online media as well as offline media, you'll see that email is still the one that produces the highest ROI. You probably heard Ryan Deiss talk about it, Frank Kern talks about it, Perry Belcher, Rich Ever. I mean, the list goes on and on. Like, email is still the dominant force when it comes to selling products or selling ideas. And I think anyone who's not e-farming is making a tremendous mistake.
Yeah, love it. So I love the way in which you phrase it, e-farming, such a great way to phrase exactly what email can be. So now the question is, how can I build my own e-farm? Let's imagine I'm a meditation teacher and I'm starting from scratch. And I want to figure out how to build my e-farm to sell my own meditation product or classes or courses. How can I build my e-farm?
That's easy. So you probably, like everybody knows, they need to have a website. And that's a pretty common thing these days. You don't need to convince anyone who has a product or a service or who wants to make money in some way that they need to have a website, right? It's kind of, the website became like the new storefront. What people used to have back in the 1950s to make money, now the website became that. But if you want to actually go into e-farming, the really cool thing about it is you can use your existing website and you can simply either add something to it or change something about it to make it into an e-farming website. In fact, many of my websites, I have quite a few websites at this point, having been doing this for a long, long time. Many of my websites are super simple one-page websites that are geared specifically towards the purposes of email farming. In fact, I build nearly all my websites with one purpose in mind, and that is to collect email addresses, right? To farm email addresses. And the difference between a website that does that and a website that does not is simply having a form. A simple form where you collect either a name or an email, or a name, email, and a phone number of whoever's visiting your website in exchange for something that person might consider to be value. So it could be a strategy session. It could be a free meditation audio. It could be a free chapter from your book if you've got one. It could be, offering a trial for your classes. It could be getting an email address in exchange for a coupon that will give you a discount for using, for the first meditation class. You can really get creative with it. But what you really need to understand is people will easily give you their email addresses in exchange at least something that's of a bit of an interest to them. So if somebody's interested in meditation and they visit your website, and your website is all about how your classes are changing lives, then all you have to do really is to put some kind of a form, whether in the form of an exit intent or maybe up there or at the bottom of the website, and say, hey, give me your email address, and in exchange, I will send you X. And the X could be, again, guided meditation audio comes to mind, which I think is really cool. Maybe you've got an app. Maybe you want to do a free strategy call with them and find out why they want to meditate. Maybe you wrote a blog post that outlines the 5 key mistakes people make with meditation. So you can give away a link to that, but you lock that in using that form. And so the key to unlocking that content would be the visitor's email address.
Nice. Love it. And obviously, one of the ways that you could actually get your email address is through a challenge, right? We, in the 5-day Build Your Own Challenge, we've been talking a lot about that, about how challenges are powerful to build a community and to generate not just email lists and stuff, but also to monetize it. So we were talking before going live that you actually also been experimenting a bit with challenges and stuff, and you've been using challenges also to create some of your own e-farms. So what would you say, what's interesting or special about challenges? How can you use it to actually use this as an e-farm?
I think the most interesting thing about challenges is you're creating a reason for people to give you their email address without having anything like an app or like any kind of sophisticated we would call it lead magnet, right? You're basically creating an event that is exciting to people. You are promising a transformation of some sort, and they are willingly and openly giving you the email address because they're genuinely excited to go through the challenge. And then as they go through the challenge, you now have, for whether it's a day, 2, 3, 5 days, you now have a reason to send them lots and lots and lots of emails. And what that does is sets you up for a great relationship with those email subscribers. Because, of course, there are people out there who've attempted to do e-farming that have built what I would call dead e-farms, because an e-farm that doesn't respond to your emails is as useless as not having one. So when you take people through a challenge first, let's say you got 1,000 people to opt into your challenge, and for the next 5 days you've been emailing them nonstop, and you've been having them do tasks. Maybe you've been inviting them to Zoom calls and group calls where you've outlined your strategy and you made them go through exercises. What's really cool about that, by the time the challenge is done, even if they didn't participate, they still know what you're all about, what transformation you deliver, and now you are an authority in their eyes to that particular topic or niche that you specialize in. So when the challenge is over and you start sending offers and you make propositions, sell ideas, do email drops, what you might notice is that the response rates you'll get from your e-farm are going to be higher than if you were to do it without a challenge, because the challenge it takes it to a whole other level, right? It's an e-farm, but with a purpose. And I absolutely love that.
Yeah, that's a very fantastic idea. I feel that a lot of people have these dead emails that they cannot do anything with. But what's interesting in our challenge is that, as you say, there is a transformation. And transformation doesn't happen without some work. And what is cool is that in most of all the challenges, this work happen in a community base. So you don't feel just, oh, I'm learned something from this person. I'm also part of a community. I'm part of something else that I want to take on forever. And that's where then, if I trust someone because it brought me from point A to point B, and then this someone promote an affiliate, then I trust him much more, because it's like, oh, he's someone that knows what he's doing in this field and can really help me. And going back to the meditation example of before, if I do a 5-day meditation challenge to start your year in a blissful way, that's a great challenge. You do it, people will recognize you as an expert in the meditation field. And once you're an expert in the meditation field, then you promote someone else in meditation, or I don't know, in breathwork or in yoga or in any other practice, people will listen a lot more attentively, because it's like, he knows what he's doing. If he's promoting this other person, there is a huge sense of that. And that's very interesting, because especially in the beginning, I see a lot of authors that we work for in our agency. I see so many of them being scared of that, in the sense that they just have 1 or 2 little courses, they don't know what to promote them. But the idea of using your email also as a way to promote other people offer that you trust and you believe in, it's a game changer, right? And you were sharing some number before, which are incredible.
Yeah, I actually built a bit of a name for myself in my niche for being great at promoting other people's products. It's not uncommon for me to walk away with 50 to 100 grand in commissions from wanting just someone else's offer to my e-farm. And this is what I guess separates people who are great promoters and people who are not. They have an asset to tap into. And what's really interesting, I remember participating in this promotion. It was an affiliate competition where I went up against some of the bigger names in marketing, including probably the people who you and me know, but I'm not going to name them. I don't want to embarrass them, and I don't want to make it uncomfortable. But basically, people with e-farms much larger than mine, with audiences much larger than mine. People who've been building their audiences for like 20 years at this point, because I've been it for like 12. So they've been it for even longer than that. And I ended up ranking like 5th or 6th on the leaderboard, beating some of those big names in my niche because of how I engage my e-farm and because of how I build my e-farm. Now, I do use challenges, but I also use something called webinars. And I think a webinar is another, I think challenges sort of evolved from webinars, in my opinion, because it is also an educational experience. It's an event, so it has the same sort of feel to it. And at the same time, you can come in and you can make an offer right there in the webinar. So it allows you to actually build your e-farm while making money at the same time, which I think is really, really important, because one thing is building an e-farm. The whole other thing is to actually do it profitably right away, so you can reinvest as much money as possible into growing your business over and over and over again. So it kind of becomes like the self-feeding mechanism that continues to feed on itself.
Yeah, 100%. No, and I love the concept you were saying on keeping the people engaged. And one of the most common questions is that people feel that the engagement depends on things like the frequency of email that you send. I personally believe that it depends a lot more about the quality of email that you send. So, and I think that this is a debate in marketing, and obviously different people have different opinions. What do you think about that? And what would be the tips for having a better engaged list?
Yeah, I think it does come down to frequency as well. I'm a great believer in more emails. So most people that I know, they'll mail maybe every other day, maybe once a week. But again, most people I know are a bit aggressive, so they'll still mail at least a few times a week. I mail multiple times per day. On any given day, I send out like 4 emails to my e-farms. And I am constantly present in my subscribers' email boxes. I think that's a big reason why they don't forget about me. I think that's a big reason why I'm able to break through the noise. And what I noticed ever since COVID, the tolerance that people have for receiving emails is actually quite high. They're welcoming emails more and more. The frequency is growing. And I think just because everyone started emailing post-COVID, I think that became the accepted norm. When I started with e-farming, it was a big no-no. Like if you were sending people 1 email a day, that was frowned upon. These days, I see people like Tony Robbins, the Bob Proctor company, Joe Vitale, John Assaraf. I mean, all these people, they just mail every single day. And then you should be too, because I think that's an important part of staying top of mind. Now, as far as the relationship that you have with your e-farm, yes, that is of course very important as well. What's interesting is that I notice a lot of people open my emails not because of what I say in them, but rather because it's coming from me. Like they see my name in their inbox and they will open it because of the perceived relationship they have with me, whether because they read my book, whether because they attended one of my webinars and heard my story, but they see, oh, it's from Igor. Let me see what Igor is up to, right? Because I check emails in a very similar way. Yeah. When I get a flood of emails coming in, as just like anyone else, first I'll scan what I don't need. I'll scan what I need to mark as read or delete. Then I'll look into, okay, who's left? And usually I won't delete emails from people that I like to read or people that I respect and admire. I'll keep those emails even if I don't plan on reading them right away, right? I still want to know what they're all about. Sometimes I'll just click into the email almost mindlessly and kind of scroll up and down and leave, right? I don't know why I do it, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people do it too. But what I do like is the idea that you're constantly there, that you're constantly top of mind, your presence in the inbox is ever so dominant that they can't ignore you. Because if they want to unsubscribe, they'll unsubscribe even if you mail them once a week. But if they really want to engage with you, you need to give them reasons to engage. And I think an important philosophy to have here is always to have an excuse to mail them. So in other words, you can get away with mailing 3, 4, 5 times a day if you've got something interesting to say. If you do, especially if they have an interest in something, then you will get away with it. Like, for example, I'm a Manchester United fan, right? So as a sports fan, I'm very passionate about the team I support. So I can subscribe to a Manchester United email newsletter that is sending like 17 updates a day every time there's something new happening. You know, a player said something in the press, the manager made a decision to drop a player. You know, there's this pundit from Sky Sports who said this about the manager. There's a lot of stuff going on, but you know, I'm cool with that. I'm cool getting 17 emails about that a day because I just enjoy following this soap opera that we call football in Europe. So it all comes down to you being relevant and to you having an excuse to mail them about something, especially if it's news, especially if it's a new offer, especially if it's some kind of a no-brainer package you're putting together. Your subscribers will appreciate that.
I love this. I think that this gives such a great idea, right, on the things that you should do in order to make this happen. And I really love also how you were mentioning how user behaviors in the inbox. And I think that there are definitely different type of people of how they use and open their, but I was finding myself exactly as your type. And sometimes I just go to my wife and I just check how she opens it, right? And as an example, I'm the inbox zero guy. So I need to read all the email and then my wife has these 20,000 emails unopened, right? So it's very interesting to see different people doing different stuff. But also in her case, it's like, I see her inbox sometimes and she receives 3-4 emails a day. And I'm like, aren't you annoyed? It's like, no, I'm not opening, but maybe, you know, once or twice a week I'll open this, right? And that's exactly what you're saying, like being top of mind. That's huge. But a lot of people have this feeling of, oh my God, I might disturb them. Let me send 1 email a week because that's too much. But absolutely, that's not the way to do it. Awesome. So thanks so much for this. And I'm always asking as a last question to everyone, we are here. We've done the 5 days Build Your First Challenge, and we are here to transform people into the 6-figure challenges. We want them to help them achieve 6 figures in 6 months because we know the power of challenge. We know the power in which challenge can actually change people's life and change your life as an author. Change your life as a person that have a product, want to sell it, and want to be completely financially independent with that. So what would you say to people that are on the verge and are still thinking, should I become or not a 6-figure challenger?
Yeah, you should. I think having a challenge positions you differently from every other person who's trying to make claims in your niche. I think it instantly gets you going. And I think another reason that people don't really consider is that challenges engage people in a different way and attract a different audience. So even if you already have a few ways you're getting clients, let's say it's referrals, or maybe it's your social media or whatever, what you'll notice is that with a challenge, you'll attract a completely different type of audience. One thing I've discovered about my business is that every time I create a new media, a new way to engage with my followers, I get increase in revenue and conversion. So if I had a VSL and I created a text version of that same VSL, I get a bump. If I had a VSL and the text version, I created a webinar based on those, I get a bump. If I had a webinar and a VSL and text, and then I put challenge on top of that, I attract even more people and I convert even more people. And it seems like these days people are so fragmented in the way they consume media that some of them require a different way to engage you. Some of them will be reading your emails and they won't engage you for years. Like I've got people on my list who it takes me like 40 years to buy something from me. And I'm totally fine with that because I'll be emailing in for years and I don't really mind that. But the thing is that they wait for the offer or the format that fits them. You know, some people start off by buying my $10 book, and that's awesome. Some people listen to my podcast and then finally commit to a course for $200. Some people attend the webinar and get something for $1,000. Some people attend a challenge and end up upgrading to like $497. So, but it's different people. That's what I'm trying to say. It's different people. So if you're an established person, a challenge will only enhance what you're doing. If you got nothing going on right now besides your website and maybe a referral system that you set up with your clients, then a challenge will literally skyrocket whatever you're doing right now, because it will create another avenue, another exciting, I must add, avenue for people to engage with you, especially people who've been on the sidelines following you quietly, kind of trolling you around, but never really committing to anything.
I love it. Wow. Thanks so much for this, Igor. It was brilliant having this call with you, getting to know and see exactly what e-farming is all about. So thanks so much also for everyone watching this, and we'll go with our next guest. Hey everyone, I'm the next guest. So welcome back, and I hope that you liked this over 4 hours of bonus content that we got. It was huge. Like, I think that every one of them shares so much value. You have seen all the different interviews, all the different things, and I'm sure that this was incredibly valuable for every one of you. So I want to thank again every one of you for being here. If you do have any question, we'll stay a bit more on Zoom and answer them. So feel free to drop them in the chat. And before you leave, I want to remind every one of you, again, 6-figure challenge coaching program. I think a lot of them mention on the power of challenges and how this can take your business to the next level. And obviously, taking it to the next level means also committing yourself to do it, pushing yourself, have a program, have something that allow you to go to the direction where you want to go. And that's exactly what we did with the coaching program that we've been putting together. As I said multiple times, this is hands down the most complete program you'll ever find online on building challenges. No other program will give you the amount of trainings that we do on everything, not just on marketing or on building pages, but on everything from copy to design to video to ads to build. I didn't talk about this before, but building dashboards and data and understanding how do you track everything and you put everything together, which is such a huge deal. And then we give you the SOPs to make sure that everything will work together. We give you design templates, Canva templates, copy templates. We give you guides on literally anything you can imagine. We give you weekly funnel reviews, means you can do your funnel, submit it to us, and we give you feedback on that, which is so important to make sure that you get the actual things right. And then last but not the least, you also get obviously a weekly call where we go deep on every topic, and we have the idea to connect all together and to do something great. So if you want to take and bring things to the next level, definitely the 6-figure challenge coaching program is for you. So I want to thank every one of you for being part of this. And right now we close the live and we continue with the Q&A.